Ancient monuments around the world vary from magnificent structures open for viewing to those buried under layers of earth, and even those that might never have been discovered. Even ordinary ruins and strange formations give rise to numerous questions that contemporary science cannot answer. For instance, the precision of stonework in some monuments is puzzling, given the lack of technologies known today. This creates gaps in our understanding of ancient civilizations. Could there have been tools we have not recognized, despite our assumptions about their absence? From Siberia to Egypt, mysterious traces of the past challenge traditional views of the world. Structures with astronomical orientation and technologies far ahead of their time testify to the high level of knowledge possessed by ancient people. For example, some structures align perfectly with astronomical events like equinoxes. The Mayan civilization, which existed on the territory of modern-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, and parts of Honduras, is one of the most mysterious and impressive in human history. At the height of its development, from the 6th to the 9th centuries AD, the Mayans built more than 300 cities, among which stand out Tikal, Calakmul, and Palenque. These cities were inhabited by millions of people and featured a complex social structure that included rulers and common citizens. The Mayans created magnificent architectural structures such as pyramids, temples, and observatories. For example, the pyramid in Tikal reaches a height of 60 meters and was built around the 8th century AD. These structures served not only as religious centers, but were also connected to astronomical observations, which confirms the accuracy of their calendar, which included 265 days corresponding to the solar year. It is evident that the Mayans were the first to develop the concept of zero in mathematics, allowing them to perform complex calculations. Their writing system, consisting of more than 800 hieroglyphs, is one of the most advanced in pre-Columbian America. Researchers, such as archaeologist David Stewart, continue to decipher their texts, which helps us better understand their culture and history. Additionally, the Mayans developed a system of hieroglyphic writing that was actively used to record historical events, rituals, and astronomical observations. Their knowledge of astronomy was so profound that they could accurately predict solar and lunar eclipses. In the 12th century, their civilization began to decline, which is attributed to changes in climate, wars, and internal conflicts. For instance, in the 30s of the 12th century, a significant drought occurred in the region, exacerbating the food crisis. Despite this, some cities continued to exist until the Spanish colonization in the 16th century. In the 20th century, scientists discovered that in places like Copan, more than 50 stelae with images of rulers and important events of their reigns were preserved. Numerous studies show that the Mayans had complex trade networks connecting them with other cultures, which is confirmed by the discovery of exotic goods such as cocoa and seashells deep in the continent. Archaeological excavations conducted in recent decades have revealed extensive agricultural systems, including terracing and irrigation, which allowed them to effectively utilize the resources of their environment. In particular, in Copan, remnants of complex water supply systems were found, providing residents with clean water. An important aspect of Mayan culture was their religious worldview, which included numerous deities associated with natural phenomena such as rain and harvest. For example, the rain deity Chak was one of the most revered, and his cult included rituals aimed at invoking rain. These rituals were an integral part of the agricultural cycle and influenced the life of every resident. In addition, the Mayans left behind a rich heritage of artistic objects, sculptures, and ceramics that continue to fascinate historians and art historians. Their art, rich in symbolism and mythology, reflects not only their religious beliefs, but also their everyday life. In particular, ceramics found in archaeological layers often contain images of everyday scenes, giving us insight into the life and culture of the Mayans. The decline of Maya civilization remains one of the most debated topics among historians and archaeologists. There are numerous theories explaining why this highly advanced culture, known for its magnificent pyramids and complex astronomical calendars, fell into decline. One of the primary causes is believed to be drought, which struck the region in the late 9th century. Research conducted by scientists such as Dr. Matthew. Additionally, internal wars between city-states also played a role in the disintegration of society. For instance, the city of Tikal, one of the most powerful Maya centers, was constantly at war with neighboring states like Copan and Palenque, leading to the depletion of resources and a decrease in population. Political struggles within the cities themselves exacerbated the situation. Rulers, seeking to maintain power, often resorted to aggressive methods, causing discontent among the population and leading to more frequent internal conflicts. Environmental degradation also became a significant factor in the decline. It is known that the Maya actively cleared forests to create agricultural land, resulting in soil erosion and a decline in soil quality. Researchers from the University of Arizona, including Dr. Jeremy Collins, point out that excessive exploitation of natural resources led to many areas becoming unsuitable for agriculture. Therefore, the complex interplay of climatic changes, social conflicts, and environmental problems served as a catalyst for the destruction of this remarkable civilization. By the end of the 10th century, many major cities were abandoned, and the Maya culture, which had once thrived, was on the brink of extinction. The Maya civilization, which emerged approximately 3,000 years before our era, left a profound impact on the history of Central America. Their territories encompassed modern-day Mexico, Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and El Salvador, where they built cities with impressive architectural achievements. For instance, Tikal, one of the largest Maya cities, at its peak in the 8th century AD, had up to 100,000 inhabitants and boasted magnificent temples, such as the Temple of the Inscriptions, which reached a height of 45 meters. The Maya developed complex agricultural systems, including terrace farming and irrigation systems, which allowed them to cultivate large areas, thereby supporting a significant population. An important aspect of their culture was the use of a calendar system based on lunar and solar cycles, enabling them to accurately predict solar and lunar eclipses. Their astronomical knowledge was so advanced that the Maya created a calendar more accurate than the Julian calendar used in Europe. In the 12th century AD, they began constructing massive stone pyramids, such as the famous Pyramid of Kukulkan in Chichen Itza, which was used for astronomical observations and rituals. This pyramid has 91 steps, and on the day of the vernal equinox, the shadows from the steps create the illusion of a descending serpent. Maya society was highly stratified, with rulers considered divine figures and priests conducting important rituals, including human sacrifices, as evidenced by finds in sacred cenotes where the remains of victims were discovered. Maya culture is also renowned for its artistic achievements, including intricate frescoes and stone carvings that often depicted deities and scenes from daily life. These artifacts were found in places like Palenque and Bonampak, where tombs and temples have been preserved. Nevertheless, despite all these achievements, by the end of the 10th century, significant changes began to occur that affected their civilization. Climate change, wars, and social upheavals led to the abandonment of many cities, and the culture that once dominated the region was on the brink of extinction. Scholars still debate the causes of this decline, but one thing is certain: the legacy of the Maya continues to live on in the culture of modern Central American peoples. In the year 2000, archaeologists discovered more than 17,000 previously unknown structures in Guatemala using laser scanning technology, confirming that the Maya civilization was far more extensive and complex than previously thought. The social organization of the Maya civilization was complex and multi-layered. During the early classical period, around 200 years of our era, the Maya developed a social hierarchy that included nobility, priests, craftsmen, and farmers. This, for instance, in the city of Tikal, one of the largest centers of Maya civilization, dynasties such as the Yax'tec ruled, starting from the 3rd century of our era. Additionally, priests played a key role in society, as they interpreted divine omens and determined the time for planting and harvesting. The importance of religious ceremonies was emphasized by the construction of magnificent temples, such as the temple in Palenque, built in the 8th century of our era. These temples not only served as places of worship, but also as symbols of political power. As noted by archaeologist and Maya researcher Dr. Matthew Gibson, temples were often built in accordance with astronomical cycles, highlighting their deep understanding of astronomy. The social structure and religious practices of the Maya were also reflected in their art, where images of gods and scenes of rituals can be seen on numerous vases and temple walls. For example, these practices, although controversial among researchers, demonstrate how deeply religious beliefs influence the daily life of the Maya. Every element of their culture, from architecture to art, was permeated with religious symbols and meanings, making their society unique in human history. It is important to note that despite their achievements, the Maya civilization faced numerous challenges, including ecological disasters and wars, which ultimately led to the decline of their major cities. Consequently, researchers continue to question how these factors influenced their social organization and religious beliefs. How did Maya build their massive stone structures without modern technologies? This question evokes both surprise and admiration among historians and archaeologists, as their achievements in architecture and engineering continue to astound us today. For instance, in the 6th century AD in the city of Tikal, located in present-day Guatemala, one of the tallest pyramids was constructed, the Pyramid of the Great Jaguar, which reaches a height of 47 meters. The construction of such structures required not only immense effort, but also complex labor organization. The Maya used simple tools such as stone and wooden hammers, as well as wooden tongs, to process stone blocks weighing up to several tons. According to recent data, the construction of the Pyramid of the Great Jaguar alone required around 30,000 stone blocks, each carefully selected and processed by hand. Additionally, for the transportation of such heavy materials, the Maya employed special techniques, including the use of logs as rollers and the creation of temporary paths using vegetation. These methods, although primitive compared to modern ones, demonstrate a high level of engineering thought and the ability to organize collective labor. Researchers like Dr. David Stewart from the University of Texas emphasize that the successful completion of such projects required not only skill, but also a well-organized management system, from the distribution of workers to the provision of food. A significant aspect was also the existence of a developed tax system, which allowed rulers to gather resources for such large-scale construction projects. What is most remarkable about Maya architecture is that their constructions have withstood the test of time. Many of them have survived to this day, despite the tropical climate and vegetation. In this context, it is worth noting that even in the face of constant rain and humidity, their stone structures remained stable due to special masonry techniques that used limestone and other local materials. For example, in the city of Palenque, archaeologists discovered the remains of a palace built in the 8th century, which likely had not only residential rooms but also administrative offices, further underscoring the complexity of the social structure of this society. Thus, the construction technologies of the Maya, based on ancient knowledge and experience, continue to inspire contemporary researchers to make new discoveries. The complexes of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku are located in Bolivia at an altitude of over 3,800 meters above sea level, in close proximity to Lake Titicaca. Tiwanaku, which is approximately 12,000 years old, is one of the most significant archaeological sites of pre-Columbian America. It served as a political and religious center for numerous cultures, including the Tiwanaku culture, which became the foundation for the Incas. In Tiwanaku, the famous Pyramid of Acapana stands, constructed from more than 300,000 stone blocks. These blocks weigh up to 30 tons and were meticulously carved, suggesting that the builders possessed advanced stoneworking technologies. A distinctive feature of this complex is the Gate of the Sun, carved from a single block of andesite and adorned with intricate carvings depicting local deities. Pumapunku, located just a few kilometers from Tiwanaku, is renowned for its massive stone structures. Archaeologists like Dr. Benjamin Bedecker assert that the stones in Pumapunku were so precisely cut that they fit together perfectly without the use of mortar. This complex features blocks weighing up to 40 tons and some reaching 8 meters in length. These structures are believed to have been part of a vast system that included roads and aqueducts connecting various regions. Archaeological excavations, begun in the late 19th century, continue to this day, revealing new insights into the lives of the people who inhabited this area. A key element of research is the analysis of what is known as the Wall of Long Stones, an extraordinary engineering solution that ensures the stability of buildings in the region's frequent earthquakes. Scientific research by scholars such as Dr. José L. Costas shows that Tiwanaku and Pumapunku served not only as religious centers, but also as important trade hubs and cultural exchange points between different peoples. These complexes have become the basis for many myths and legends that continue to live in the culture of the indigenous peoples of Bolivia. Various theories about their purpose, ranging from astronomical observatories to places of worship, continue to spark debate among researchers. For instance, some scientists suggest that the layout of the buildings is related to astronomical phenomena, making them not only architectural, but also scientific monuments. These aspects highlight the significance of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku as cultural and historical centers that embody the achievements of ancient civilizations. Today, these monuments attract numerous tourists, contributing to the development of the local economy and the preservation of the region's cultural heritage. In the region of Tiwanaku, located at an altitude of 3,800 meters above sea level in Bolivia, there are stone structures that continue to puzzle scholars. These constructions, such as temples and monumental buildings, were built between the 13th and 15th centuries of our era. One of the most striking examples is the Temple of Pumapunku, which impresses with its massive blocks, some of which weigh up to 30 tons. These blocks were cut from andesite, a volcanic rock quarried nearby. However, the most remarkable aspect is how these enormous stones were fitted together. There is not a single gap between them. Researchers, such as archaeologist Dr. Benjamin Bartolome, note that such precision in stonework is impossible without the use of advanced technologies that, according to traditional history, did not exist during the period when Tiwanaku was at its peak. The blocks have perfectly smooth surfaces and angles, raising questions about how ancient builders could have created them without modern tools. In some places, the size of the blocks is such that they could not have been moved without the use of complex mechanisms, which raises the question of what equipment was used for such manipulations. One theory suggests that a system of rollers and inclined planes could have been used to move these heavy structures, but there is no direct evidence to support this. It is also significant that many blocks have holes and indentations on their surfaces, which may indicate the use of tools that may have been lost over time. Research conducted in 2012 showed that some blocks were worked with methods that were not known at the time, adding to the mysteries of these enigmatic stone structures. Objects such as the Puerta del Sol are remarkable for their architectural complexity and also demonstrate a high level of astronomical knowledge, as their construction is perfectly aligned with solar and stellar phenomena. Details like carved images symbolize not only the religious beliefs of ancient peoples, but also their deep understanding of the world around them. In conclusion, the stone constructions of this region remain objects of intense research and debate, confirming that the history of these places is much more complex and multifaceted than it may initially appear, and certainly requires further study to fully understand their significance and the technologies used in ancient times. How did the builders of Tiwanaku and Pumapunku create such heavy structures in the high-altitude conditions where the air is thin and the climate is harsh? These cult complexes, located at an altitude of over 3,800 meters above sea level, were constructed between the 1st millennium BC and the 12th century AD. Tiwanaku, in particular, is famous for its giant stone blocks, weighing up to 25 tons. Scholars like the Bolivian archaeologist Dalia Morales suggest that technologies were employed that allowed for the movement and processing of such massive materials as andesite and tuff, quarried from nearby mines. A key aspect was the use of inclined planes and simple mechanisms, such as rollers and lifting devices, which could have been made of wood. Furthermore, in high-altitude conditions, builders likely employed special techniques to reduce the weight of the blocks, for example during their processing, to ease transportation. Archaeological findings indicate that the construction sites of Tiwanaku were marked by traces of tools made of copper and stone, demonstrating advanced material processing skills. Moreover, local residents could have utilized the natural features of the landscape, such as rivers and streams, to create temporary waterways, significantly facilitating the transportation of stones. These methods may have been developed over generations, highlighting the high degree of organization and knowledge in such challenging conditions. Notably, some blocks have what are known as support points, which could have been used to simplify the installation and connection of construction elements. These technological achievements indicate that the ancient inhabitants of the region possessed not only practical knowledge, but also an understanding of physics and mechanics, suggesting the existence of diverse social groups involved in construction, engineering, and architecture. The creation of such massive structures as Pumapunku indeed raises questions about the capabilities and level of development of these ancient civilizations, as well as how they could have organized their resources and workforce to achieve such impressive results. Currently, researchers continue to study various aspects of construction technologies to better understand how these ancient societies tackled tasks that seem almost impossible in modern conditions. There exist various theories about the methods of transporting and processing stones in Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, which help us understand how ancient civilizations tackled tasks requiring significant effort and resources. One of the most widespread hypotheses is the use of ropes made from local materials, such as alpaca or reeds. These ropes could have been used to bind heavy stone blocks, making their movement easier. Some researchers, such as archaeologist Dr. Jose Costas, suggest that sleds made of wood or reeds were also used for transporting stones. Sleds allowed the weight of the stones to be distributed and reduced friction with the surface, significantly facilitating the process. In particular, wooden sleds were found in Tiwanaku that could have been used to move blocks weighing up to 30 tons. Additionally, there is a theory that stones were transported by water routes using reed boats. Archaeologists have found that Lake Titicaca, located nearby, could have served as a water route for delivering stones. This hypothesis is supported by the discovery of reed boats used by local residents for fishing and trade. For example, in 2005, a group of archaeologists led by Dr. Miguel Ramirez discovered ancient boats that, according to their calculations, could carry up to 5 tons of cargo. The workforce also played a crucial role in this process. Estimates suggest that the construction of large structures in Tiwanaku and Pumapunku required up to 2,000 workers, indicating the presence of a well-organized system for managing labor. There is even evidence that some workers were employed on a permanent basis, receiving food and housing from the state. This is confirmed by the discovery of ceramic vessels containing food remains in places that could have served as worker camps. All these aspects highlight the complexity and multifaceted nature of the technologies used by ancient civilizations, sparking interest in further studying their methods and means. In Tiwanaku and Pumapunku, stone blocks are still preserved that were processed with such precision that modern technologies do not always manage to reproduce their geometric accuracy. The social organization and religious beliefs of the Tiwanaku and Pumapunku societies present a fascinating and complex subject for study. How was the hierarchy structured in this society? Research indicates that Tiwanaku, which existed from around 2,000 years before our era, could have been a center of political power where rulers held significant influence. For instance, archaeologists have found evidence of a complex social structure based on class division, where the upper class, consisting of priests and rulers, controlled the labor of farmers. In this context, religious beliefs played a crucial role in the life of the society. What religion did the inhabitants of Tiwanaku practice? It is believed that their primary deity was Tiwanaku, representing solar energy and fertility. Temples, such as the famous Temple of Kalasasaya, served not only as religious centers but also as places for important ceremonies, including sacrifices. Significant archaeological finds, such as statues and ritual objects, testify to the deep veneration of ancestors and the dead. For example, in the 1930s, archaeologists led by Professor Jose L. Lopez discovered more than 100 stone statues in Tiwanaku, depicting people in ritual attire, which confirms the importance of rituals in the culture. But how did religion intersect with everyday life? Complex rituals performed on pyramids and in temples were not just acts of veneration, but also strengthened the social structure. In this context, what role did the priesthood play in managing society? Priests, it is believed, possessed knowledge of agriculture and astronomy, which allowed them to control planting and harvesting cycles, as evidenced by the astronomical observatory found in Tiwanaku, dated around 1,000 years before our era. Complex astronomical observations, such as tracking solar and lunar cycles, played a significant role in determining the timing of rituals and agricultural activities. For example, in 2006, archaeologist Diego Castillo discovered traces of ancient observation platforms used for studying celestial phenomena. The interaction between religious practices and social organization in Tiwanaku and Pumapunku continues to captivate researchers and historians. What were the consequences of these interactions for society as a whole? In this context, it is worth noting that aspects such as sacrifices and ritual festivals contributed to the unity of the community and the strengthening of its identity. For instance, large festivals were held every few years, bringing together residents of various districts, emphasizing their unity and interdependence. It is important to understand that these cultural elements not only reflected beliefs, but also formed the basis for social cohesion. How did residents unite during such events? Findings from excavations show that during these times, residents exchanged resources and goods, contributing to both economic and cultural exchange. For example, in 2018, archaeologists found more than 50 ceramic vessels in Pumapunku used for storing food and drinks, confirming the existence of a well-developed exchange system among communities. But what other aspects of social life could have influenced spiritual practices and beliefs in this society? The Pyramid of Akapana in Tiwanaku, constructed around 2,000 years ago, is one of the most impressive archaeological sites in Bolivia. This structure reaches a height of 20 meters and is a stepped platform that becomes wider at each level, creating the effect of rising towards the heavens. Akapana was built from large stone blocks that fit perfectly together, indicating the high level of engineering skill of the ancient builders. Experts believe that this pyramid could have served not only as a ritual center, but also as an astronomical observatory. Its location and shape correspond to certain astronomical phenomena, such as sunrises and sunsets. Surrounding the pyramid is a large courtyard with stone gates, also made of massive blocks and adorned with ornaments characteristic of the Tiwanaku culture. These gates, it seems, were important entrances to sacred spaces where rituals related to the worship of gods were performed. The courtyard, enclosed by walls, provides good visibility of the surrounding areas, which could have played a significant role in religious practices. The unique drainage system integrated into the pyramid's construction allowed for effective management of rainwater, preventing flooding and ensuring the preservation of the structure. Archaeologists, such as Dr. Jose Lopez, who conducted excavations in this area in the year 2000, noted that such engineering solutions point to a developed system of water resource management, which in turn indicates complex social structures in this society. Additionally, on the territory of Tiwanaku, characteristic stone sculptures and ritual altars were discovered, confirming that the Pyramid of Akapana was part of a larger complex of sanctuaries and cult objects. It is interesting that during the excavations, artifacts from the period of Tiwanaku's prosperity were found, including ceramic items and tools that help researchers better understand the daily life and religious practices of that time. No less important is the nearby pyramid of Kalasasaya, which, like Akapana, has a stepped form but differs in its symmetry and size. Kalas on its summit was a sacred temple, serving as a place for sacrifices and rituals related to the agricultural cycle and the worship of natural elements. In the 12th century, Kalasasaya was significantly expanded and rebuilt, as evidenced by the findings from excavations, including remains of sacrificial objects and pottery with images of deities. These architectural monuments not only served cult purposes, but also became centers of social life, where residents gathered to discuss important issues and celebrate holidays. Chinese pyramids located in the province of Shanxi are unique monuments of ancient architecture that have long remained in the shadows of their more famous counterparts in Egypt. The most famous of these is the pyramid in Xi'an, which reaches a height of around 110 meters. This structure is believed to have been built during the Western Han Dynasty, which existed from 200 BC to 90 AD. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, which are primarily tombs, Chinese pyramids reflect complex beliefs about life and death in ancient Chinese society. For example, in one of the pyramids, remains were found alongside artifacts believed to be necessary for the deceased in the afterlife. These artifacts, such as ceramic figurines, weapons, and even musical instruments, emphasize the importance of rituals associated with the transition to the world of the dead. Researchers like Professor Zhang Jin and his team from Beijing University have conducted excavations in the area of the pyramids and discovered that some of them have a complex internal structure with numerous chambers and passageways, making them architecturally intriguing. In total, there are around 130 pyramids in the region, but many remain unexplored, and their exact purpose is still not fully understood. Scientific research indicates that many of these pyramids were used for the burial of members of the ruling elite, indicating their significance in the social and political context of the time. Additionally, some archaeologists claim that Chinese pyramids could have served as places of worship, as evidenced by the discovery of ritual objects and traces of ancient cults. Unlike Egyptian pyramids, which were built using granite and limestone, Chinese pyramids were more commonly constructed from clay and stone, reflecting differences in building traditions. Since Chinese pyramids have not received widespread international recognition, they remain a mystery to many historians and archaeologists who strive to understand how this culture evolved over centuries. For instance, in 2000, a paved pathway was discovered in one of these pyramids, which, according to scientists, could have been used for rituals related to ancestors. This discovery has given new impetus to research and allowed for a re-evaluation of the significance of pyramids in the context of Chinese culture and religion. Some researchers even suggest that pyramids may be connected to Taoist concepts, highlighting their cultural and spiritual significance. In particular, recent findings indicate that pyramids may have been part of a larger funerary system that covered extensive territories and included other monuments such as tumuli and stepped tombs. Thus, Chinese pyramids are not just architectural structures, but keys to understanding the complex social structure and religious beliefs of ancient China. It is important to note that the first systematic study of Chinese pyramids began only in the 1990s, when archaeologists began to recognize their historical value. In recent decades, scholars have proposed various theories regarding the purpose of Chinese pyramids, believed to have been constructed during the Qin and Han dynasties. The main hypothesis suggests that these structures served as tombs for emperors and their families. For instance, the pyramids near the city of Xi'an, often referred to as Qin dynasty pyramids, are thought to have been built for the burial of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of unified China, who ruled from 221 BCE to 206 BCE. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that his tomb, located near the famous Terracotta Army, contains significant archaeological finds, including bronze vessels, valuable artifacts, and even models of palaces. Historians estimate that the emperor's mausoleum alone covers an area of approximately 38 square kilometers. However, besides this version, there is also the belief that the pyramids were used for ritual purposes related to ancestor veneration. For example, some researchers point out that the shape of the pyramids may symbolize a connection to the heavens, which was consistent with the contemporary worldview. In the 1990s, when systematic excavations began, other pyramids such as the Lingjun Pyramid, dating back to the early centuries of the Common Era, were discovered. This pyramid, with a height of about 110 meters, contains various burials, indicating the multi-layered social structures of the time. Scholars also suggest that the pyramids may have served not only as tombs, but also as symbols of power, emphasizing the grandeur of the dynasty. For example, the pyramids of the Han Dynasty, built later, demonstrate the evolution of architectural styles and ritual practices. Some of them, such as the pyramid in Jiangcheng, contain complex underground chambers and passageways, indicating a high level of engineering prowess. It is important to note that these structures are still not fully studied, and many aspects of their purpose remain a subject of debate among historians and archaeologists. Over the past few years, numerous opinions have been expressed, but none have become definitive. For example, in 2020, a group of Chinese archaeologists led by Professor Li Hongzhe conducted a study that identified more than 10 new pyramids in the province of Shanxi, adding new facts to existing theories. Research conducted in 2001 showed that some pyramids had direct connections to ancient trade routes, indicating their multifunctional use in ancient society. Meanwhile, in the 2000s, a group of American archaeologists working in China discovered inconsistencies in the dating of some pyramids compared to historical records, necessitating a reevaluation of traditional views on Chinese history. As a result of these discoveries, the debate on the purpose of Chinese pyramids continues, with new findings only fueling the flames of these disputes. For instance, in 2020, remains of ancient texts were found in one of the burials, which may describe rituals related to burial practices. The second dynasty that left a significant mark on Chinese history is the Han Dynasty, which ruled from 230 BCE to 95 CE. During this period, the construction of pyramids began, which served not only as imperial tombs but also as symbols of power and grandeur. One of the most famous examples is the tomb of Emperor Gaozu, the founder of the Han Dynasty, located in the modern district of Xi'an. Known as the Mausoleum of the Han, this tomb was built in the first half of the 1st century BCE and is a massive earthen mound with a height of 30 meters. The pyramid is surrounded by a system of moats and walls, making it both an architectural and military structure. Inside the tomb, archaeologists have found numerous artifacts, including bronze vessels and ceramics dating back to the Han period. In 2013, under the leadership of the renowned Chinese archaeologist Li Jinjin, the remains of more than 30 sarcophagi were discovered, indicating mass burials in the area. The construction of such pyramids during the Han Dynasty also reflects the influence of traditions from previous dynasties, such as the Qin, where Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi began building his own tomb surrounded by a terracotta army. Unlike the Qin's terracotta figures, Han pyramids did not have such large-scale protective structures, but they were richly adorned with ritual items and symbols reflecting beliefs in the afterlife. For instance, in a tomb discovered in 2015, ritual halls were found where complex ceremonies related to ancestor veneration were performed. These ceremonies underscore the importance of family values and continuity in the culture of the time. The appearance and placement of the pyramids also had symbolic significance. They were often built according to the principles of feng shui, ensuring harmony between the living and the dead. 80 years ago, in 1930, the Chinese archaeologist Zhang Dunkun restored some of these monuments, highlighting their cultural significance. Therefore, Han pyramids served not only as burial sites, but also as important symbols of power, faith, and culture that continue to attract the attention of researchers and tourists to this day. For instance, the primary material used in constructing these pyramids was rammed earth, which provided strength and stability to the structures. This method, known as pamatod, was employed as early as the 3rd millennium BCE and continued to be used for centuries, including in the construction of the Great Wall. Archaeological findings indicate that not only rammed earth, but also materials like stone and wood were used in building pyramids. For example, in the pyramid of Emperor Wen of the Han Dynasty, built in the 1st century BCE, large stone blocks were used to reinforce the base. It is important to note that the construction process was labor-intensive and required significant effort from the workers, as historical documents confirm. Estimates suggest that building one such pyramid could take up to 30,000 people several years. Sources mention that specialized tools, such as wooden cranes and levers, were used to facilitate the work, allowing heavy materials to be lifted to the required height. Additionally, the construction of pyramids was linked to ritual practices and required the participation of not only workers but also priests who performed ceremonies to ensure the favor of spirits. As a result, each pyramid became not only an architectural marvel but also a cultural symbol reflecting the beliefs and customs of its time. For example, the pyramid in Xi'an, belonging to the Tang dynasty, demonstrates how the combination of various construction techniques and materials allowed for the creation of complex and durable structures. It used both rammed earth and bricks, showcasing the diversity of technologies employed. Comparing these with Egyptian pyramids is also intriguing. While the Egyptians used limestone, the Chinese made do with local resources, highlighting the adaptability of ancient builders to their time. The construction of such pyramids not only reinforced imperial power, but also served as burial sites for high-ranking individuals. Archaeologists often find numerous artifacts, including bronze items and ceramics, buried with rulers, further emphasizing the significance of these structures in the cultural and religious life of society. In some cases, such as the pyramid in Lushan, researchers have discovered burials from earlier periods that also employed similar construction methods. This indicates that the tradition of pyramid building in China has deep roots and continues to be studied. Ultimately, the study of these methods opens new horizons in understanding not only the architectural, but also the social structures of ancient China. Scholars like Professor Li Zheng from Peking University continue to investigate these questions, and their work sheds light on the technological achievements of ancient civilizations. How did the builders of ancient China create massive earthen structures like the Chinese pyramids? This question intrigues historians and archaeologists, as such structures, such as the pyramid in Luoyang, built in the 3rd century AD, remain a mystery despite numerous studies. Archaeological excavations conducted since 2015 under the leadership of Professor Zhang Wei from Nanjing University have revealed that not only earth, but also diverse local materials like clay and stone were used in construction. Builders employed a system of lifting mechanisms and simple tools, such as wooden winches, to move heavy blocks. For instance, during excavations at the site of the Jincheng Pyramid, a system of trenches and canals used for transporting building materials was discovered. These engineering solutions allowed builders to move up to 300 cubic meters of earth per day, a significant achievement for that era. Additionally, pyramids were often surrounded by earthen ramparts that served not only for protection, but also for reinforcing the structure. It is believed that brigades of thousands of workers participated in the construction, reminiscent of the methods used in ancient Egypt for building pyramids. For example, in the 20th century, archaeologist Hu Hanjun described how complex logistical schemes were used in the construction of the Xi'an pyramid to ensure the necessary workforce and materials. These structures were predominantly square or rectangular in shape, emphasizing the geometric symmetry characteristic of Chinese architecture. Notably, the height of such pyramids often reached 30 meters, making them visible from a great distance. Inside the pyramids, there were burials containing not only remains, but also numerous artifacts, such as ceramics, bronze items, and everyday objects, providing researchers with insights into the culture and customs of that time. For example, in 2009, during excavations at the Xi'an Pyramid, a collection of bronze vessels dating back to the 1st century AD was discovered, indicating a high level of metallurgy development in the region. The construction of Chinese pyramids was also connected to ancient beliefs, where such structures were seen as a means of communicating with ancestors and the heavens. The layout of these structures often followed astronomical alignments, providing further evidence that builders possessed deep knowledge in astronomy and geography. It is important to note that the study of these constructions continues, and each new discovery adds to our understanding not only of the architecture, but also of the social structure of that time. In particular, in 2020, a group of archaeologists from Shanghai discovered a unique artifact, a stone tablet with ancient inscriptions, contributing significantly to the study of writing and language in ancient China. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built around 2,500 years before our era, is located on the Giza Plateau, just 30 kilometers southwest of modern-day Cairo. It is not just a monument of antiquity, but a majestic structure that was once the tallest building in the world, with a height of 146 meters. The pyramid is constructed from more than 2.5 million limestone blocks, each weighing between 2 and 6 tons. The unique location of the pyramid on the plateau is due not only to strategic considerations, but also to astronomical factors. It is precisely oriented to the cardinal directions, indicating the high level of astronomical knowledge possessed by the ancient Egyptians. It is interesting to note that before the construction of the pyramid, there were temples in the same place that were used for the worship of the sun god Ra. It is not surprising, therefore, that this site was chosen for the construction of the tomb of Pharaoh Khufu, one of the most powerful rulers of ancient Egypt. The pyramid was surrounded by a complex of temples and other buildings that served both for rituals and the life of the workers who built this monumental structure. During construction, complex technologies were used, including inclined ramps that allowed heavy blocks to be lifted to great heights. Additionally, near the pyramid, there are 3 smaller pyramids for Khufu's wives, which also emphasize his status and grandeur. Around the pyramid, the remains of workers were found, indicating that they were not slaves, as initially believed, but rather professional builders who received fair compensation for their work. This discovery has changed our understanding of ancient Egyptian society and its methods of construction. The grandeur of the pyramid and its architectural features continue to attract the attention of scientists and tourists from all over the world, making it not only a symbol of ancient Egyptian culture, but also an important object for the study of human history. The Pyramid of Khufu is included in the list of the 7 wonders of the ancient world and is the only one that has survived to this day, underscoring its exceptional significance in world history. The Great Pyramid of Giza, also known as the Pyramid of Khufu, is an impressive structure with a height of 146 meters, making it the tallest of all Egyptian pyramids. Construction of this pyramid began around 2560 BCE and was completed in 20 years, an impressive timeline for such a large project. Archaeologists estimate that approximately 2,300,000 stone blocks were used to build the pyramid, each weighing between 2 and 6 tons. These blocks were so precisely fitted together that no significant cracks have appeared between them throughout the pyramid's history. To achieve such precision, builders relied on simple yet effective technologies, such as sun-shadow measuring tools and accurate levels that allowed them to maintain the necessary angle of incline. Research shows that the deviation in the pyramid's dimensions within 1 centimeter per 100 meters is a remarkable achievement for the technology of the time. This is particularly impressive considering that the builders did not have access to modern tools, and used only simple tools like copper instruments and stone hammers. Archaeologists like Dr. Zahi Hawass also note that in addition to local limestone blocks, granite was used, which was transported from quarries more than 80 kilometers away from Giza. The pyramid was originally faced with white limestone that reflected sunlight, and it may have shone like a giant lighthouse in ancient times. The construction of the Great Pyramid required immense effort from the workforce. Historians estimate that around 100,000 people were involved in the project, challenging popular myths about slave labor. These workers were likely organized into brigades and received adequate food and housing near the construction site. Remains of large barracks where workers lived have been found at the construction site, indicating a high degree of social organization. The methods used to transport stone blocks to the construction site remain a topic of debate among historians and archaeologists, but it is believed that both systems of rollers and special water channels were used. It is important to note that the precision and scale of the construction of the Pyramid of Khufu not only astonish, but also challenge our understanding of the technological capabilities of ancient Egyptians. These facts about the construction of the pyramid raise many questions about how ancient builders managed to accomplish such complex tasks. There are various theories about the methods used to build the Great Pyramid of Giza, each highlighting unique aspects of the engineering prowess of ancient Egyptians. One of the most popular theories involves the use of inclined ramps, which could reach lengths of up to 1 kilometer and facilitated the easier lifting of massive blocks, weighing up to 2.5 tons to great heights. Research indicates that for moving the blocks, not only wooden rollers were used, but also a system of lubrication with water or oil, which reduced friction and eased the work of the builders. In the 20th century, archaeologist and engineer Mark Lehner proposed a theory that the Egyptians used a vast network of canals to transport stones by water, significantly speeding up the delivery of materials to the construction site. Furthermore, in recent decades, scientists have begun to pay attention to the astronomical and mathematical knowledge possessed by the ancient Egyptians. For instance, research has shown that the angle of inclination of the pyramid is approximately 42 degrees, which corresponds to the ideal ratios used in ancient architecture. Professor Zaha Hadid, in her work, asserted that the precision in the construction of the pyramid testifies to a high level of knowledge in geometry and astronomy, which the Egyptians applied to create such monumental structures. There are also more radical theories, such as the hypothesis that the pyramids could have been built using complex mechanisms similar to modern cranes, which allowed blocks to be lifted to the required height. These ideas emphasize not only the technological, but also the organizational capabilities of the ancient Egyptians, who could manage a workforce of up to 100,000 people involved in the construction process. Findings made near the pyramid indicate that there were entire settlements where workers lived, providing themselves with housing and food during the construction period. For example, in 2005, a group of archaeologists, led by Professor Ramon Payer, discovered traces of an ancient settlement dating back to the 23rd century BC, where stone workshops were located. These findings confirm that the construction of the pyramid was not only technically complex, but also socially organized, requiring the coordination of numerous factors. How did ancient builders manage to achieve such perfect alignment of millions of blocks in the Great Pyramid of Giza? This question has puzzled scientists and researchers for centuries. According to experts, more than 2 million stone blocks used in the construction of the pyramid weighed between 2.5 and 15 tons each. To achieve such precision, builders employed remarkable methods that continue to inspire awe. One of the most famous alignment methods was the smooth surface technique. Builders used long and straight wooden beams as horizontal levels. They installed them at a specific height and checked the level using water, thus creating an ideal plane. Water, as is known, always seeks its level, allowing for high accuracy. Additionally, to ensure the verticality of the blocks, simple yet effective tools such as plumb bobs and strings were used. Archaeologists studying these methods note that the alignment accuracy in some places is less than 1 centimeter over tens of meters. This is astonishing, considering that construction began around 2520 BCE and the technology of the time was far from modern. Speaking of methods, it is worth mentioning that builders could also use solar shadows to determine direction and angles. Ancient Egyptians knew how to work with shadows and could accurately determine the time of year by the length of shadows from objects like obelisks. This allowed them to precisely align structures with stars and the sunrise. Moreover, during construction, they used specialized tools. Egyptians created their own basalt hammers and copper tools for stone cutting, enabling them to process blocks with high precision. Research shows that over 40 types of stone were used in total, including limestone, granite, and basalt, each with its own characteristics in processing and installation. It is not surprising that thousands of workers were involved in this complex task, many of whom were professional stonemasons and builders, not slaves, as sometimes claimed. This is confirmed by finds in worker camps, where remnants of food were discovered, providing evidence that workers received adequate nutrition. 80% of the stones for the pyramid were quarried from nearby quarries, while the granite blocks used for the interior chambers were transported from Aswan, more than 500 kilometers away from Giza. The entire process was built on clear organization and planning, highlighting the high level of social structure in ancient Egypt and its ability to mobilize resources. Comparing it with other civilizations, such as Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley civilization, shows that only Egypt achieved such scales in construction with such precision and organization. In this context, it is worth noting that the Great Pyramid was the tallest structure in the world for nearly 4,000 years, with a height of 146 meters. There are numerous theories about how ancient Egyptians lifted and transported massive stone blocks for the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. One of the most common methods is the use of ramps. Research indicates that ramps could have been used to raise blocks up to 6 meters high, weighing up to 2.5 tons, to provide easier access to the upper levels of the pyramid. Archaeologist and researcher Dr. Mark Lehner, in his book The Complete Pyramids, asserts that ramps could have been both straight and curved, allowing workers to more easily lift the heavy blocks. Other researchers, such as Dr. Richard Hawk, propose that wooden rollers were used to move blocks over long distances. These rollers could have simplified the transportation of stones over sandy dunes, significantly reducing the effort required by workers. However, it is estimated that around 30 people would be needed to roll one stone block, which raises questions about the number of workers involved. One of the less common methods is the use of ropes and pulley systems. Research shows that ropes could be used to lift blocks to small heights, and then pulleys could be used to set them in place. This also demonstrates the high level of engineering achieved by the Egyptians at that time. It is important to note that none of these theories are definitive, and archaeologists continue to investigate and analyze possible methods using new technologies such as laser scanning and computer modeling. For example, in 2009, a team of Egyptian and French scientists conducted a study using three-dimensional visualization to understand how the ancient builders might have worked. They found that a combination of ramps and pulley systems could have been the most effective method for lifting blocks. As a result, the methods used in the construction of the Great Pyramid remain a subject of active research and discussion among scientists and historians, highlighting not only the technical but also the organizational achievements of ancient Egypt. Mohenjo-Daro is one of the most famous cities of the ancient Indus Valley civilization, located in present-day Pakistan. Founded around 2,000 years before our era, this city became one of the largest centers of the Harappan civilization, which existed for approximately 1,800 years before our era. The city was designed with remarkable precision. Streets intersected at right angles, and houses were built from fired bricks, which was an innovation for its time. Archaeologists, such as John Marshall, who led excavations in the 1930s, discovered that Mohenjo-Daro had a complex sewage system, including underground pipelines that carried wastewater away from residential areas. This indicates a high level of sanitation and urban planning. For example, one researcher, Dr. Rajesh K. Sharma, noted that even in ancient times, the city's residents used filters to purify water, making Mohenjo-Daro one of the earliest examples of water supply in history. Architectural features of the city also stand out. The central part was a citadel surrounded by residential districts, where there were warehouses, workshops, and even public baths. The city's total area is approximately 30 hectares, and it could accommodate up to 40,000 residents, making it one of the most densely populated cities of its time. The walls of the buildings were constructed to protect against floods, which was critically important given the city's proximity to the Indus River. Additionally, Mohenjo-Daro was a center of trade, facilitating the exchange of goods with other regions such as Mesopotamia and Persia, as evidenced by the discovery of seals and goods imported from distant lands. Unique seals found in the city depicted animals and symbols, and may have been used to indicate ownership or for ritual purposes. It is also worth noting that the writing found in Mohenjo-Daro has not yet been deciphered, raising many questions about the culture and society of its inhabitants. Mohenjo-Daro remains a key object of study for ancient civilizations, as its findings provide insights into the social structure, economy, and culture of the inhabitants of the Indus Valley, who were among the first to achieve such advancements in urbanization and engineering. The urban planning of Mohenjo-Daro, one of the major centers of the Indus Valley civilization, is remarkable for its sophistication and scale. Archaeological excavations, conducted since the early 20th century, particularly the work led by Indian archaeologist Raja Raman, have revealed that the city was built on a grid of rectangular streets, indicating a high level of urban planning. The streets intersected at right angles, creating a clear structure that facilitated easy movement throughout the city. The width of the streets varied from 3 to 4 meters, providing sufficient space for both pedestrians and animals. Mohenjo-Daro also employed standardized bricks made of clay and fired, with dimensions of approximately 30 by 30 by 6 centimeters. This suggests that the city's inhabitants adhered to strict norms and standards in construction, which was unusual for ancient civilizations. Additionally, Mohenjo-Daro was renowned for its complex drainage system, which included both open channels and closed pipelines. For instance, in some parts of the city, drainage channels with a depth of 1 meter were discovered, designed to carry wastewater from residential and public buildings. Notably, some houses even had toilets connected to this system, indicating a high level of hygiene standards. In total, archaeologists have identified more than 200 separate drainage systems in this ancient city, showcasing the complexity and ingenuity of its engineering solutions. Mohenjo-Daro also featured large public buildings, such as the Great Bath, which was used for ritual purposes and measured 20 by 35 meters with a depth of 2.5 meters. The walls of this bath were lined with bricks and coated with bitumen to prevent leaks, demonstrating the advanced technologies of the time. Within the citadel of Mohenjo-Daro lies the Great Bath, one of the most impressive and enigmatic structures of this ancient civilization. Built around 2,000 years ago, it consists of a rectangular pool measuring 30 by 20 meters in size and approximately 2.5 meters in depth. This bath was not merely a place for bathing, it served as the center of social and ritual practices of the society, indicating a high degree of urban organization. The uniqueness of the Great Bath lies in its waterproof construction, executed using fired bricks and special technologies that prevent water leakage. Archaeologists have discovered that the walls and bottom of the pool were treated with a special bitumen, which was used for waterproofing, showcasing the high engineering skills of the builders. Bitumen, a natural material, was known in this region and used not only in construction but also in medicine and as fuel. Research shows that such waterproofing allowed the water level in the bath to be maintained and protected it from external influences, contributing to the preservation of this structure over millennia. The large size of the pool and its complex construction suggest that rituals of purification could have taken place here, which played a significant role in the religious life of the inhabitants of Mohenjo-Daro. Notably, around the pool were rooms that could have been used for changing clothes and storing ritual items, further emphasizing the multifunctional nature of this site. The water supply for the Great Bath was provided by a complex system of sewers, which included underground pipes believed to have been made of fired bricks, indicating a high level of planning and understanding of hydraulic systems. This bath has become a symbol of the engineering achievements of that time, and its unique characteristics place Mohenjo-Daro in the same league as other great civilizations, such as ancient Egypt or Mesopotamia. Nevertheless, despite all the achievements, many questions remain about how the social structures around this important structure functioned and what rituals were performed in its waters. Scholars like Dr. A.K. Malhotra emphasize that the Great Bath could have been not only a place for ritual purification, but also a social center where residents gathered for communication and news exchange. Currently, this structure is the subject of active archaeological research, and each new layer of earth can reveal insights into the lives of the people who inhabited this remarkable civilization. Archaeologists continue to find artifacts that confirm that Mohenjo-Daro was a highly developed city where technology and architecture reached unprecedented heights. In Mohenjo-Daro, archaeologists discovered not only houses and public buildings, but also a complex drainage system that is impressive in its design. How did the ancient inhabitants of this city organize and maintain such a system? First and foremost, it is worth noting that the drainage channels were built from fired bricks, with their width ranging from 20 to 30 centimeters. These channels not only carried wastewater outside the city, but also ensured a necessary level of sanitation. According to researcher Dr. Richard Mearns, in 2006 BCE, Mohenjo-Daro had a system comprising over 100 drainage channels connecting houses and public latrines. Additionally, some houses contained flat stone tiles that served as covers for drainage holes, preventing dirt and debris from entering. This is particularly important considering that the city's population, as estimated by archaeologists, could reach 30,000 people. But how did the residents maintain this system? Findings suggest that they had specific rules and customs regarding cleanliness and order. For instance, some cases involve the discovery of tools resembling modern mops, which could have been used for cleaning the channels. The drainage system of Mohenjo-Daro was not just a technical achievement, but also a reflection of the city's social structure. Some researchers, like Dr. Charlotte Henderson, argue that control over the drainage system could have been part of a broader system of city management, where certain groups were responsible for maintaining order. This raises the question, were there any special positions or castes dedicated to managing sanitation? In the history of Mohenjo-Daro, we see not only architectural marvels, but also complex social interactions that supported this remarkable level of civilization. Moreover, it is important to understand that the drainage system was also linked to local climatic conditions. In the modern-day Pakistan, where Mohenjo-Daro is located, seasonal rains are common, necessitating effective water resource management. Thus, maintaining the drainage system became not just a matter of convenience, but of survival. In this context, the drainage system became not only a technical achievement, but also an integral part of the city's ecosystem. Archaeologists have found numerous artifacts indicating that the city's inhabitants actively used local resources, including clay and stone, to create infrastructure. The complex water supply and drainage system allowed residents to effectively cope with natural challenges, providing them with necessary resources for life. Findings suggest that even after thousands of years, the system continues to function, demonstrating the high level of engineering thought of the ancient builders. In Mohenjo-Daro, special reservoirs for collecting rainwater were also found, capable of holding up to 30 cubic meters of water. This underscores the ancient people's ability to adapt to their environment and utilize its resources. The disappearance of Mohenjo-Daro, one of the most remarkable cities of the ancient Indus Valley civilization, has sparked numerous theories among scientists. One of the most discussed reasons is climate change, which could have led to prolonged droughts. Research conducted in 2012 by a group of climate scientists from the American Geophysical Union revealed significant fluctuations in rainfall in this region, which could have negatively impacted agriculture, the primary source of food for the city's inhabitants. Additionally, there is a theory that the shifting of rivers, such as the Indus, played a crucial role in the decline of Mohenjo-Daro. Studies conducted in 2018 by Indian archaeologists showed that the Indus River had a different course in ancient times, and changes in its flow could have led to a loss of access to fresh water. Moreover, the incursions of neighboring tribes should not be overlooked. In 2013, a group of archaeologists led by Professor Rajesh Kumar discovered signs of destruction that could indicate military conflicts. These destructions were linked to a period around 2000 BCE, which coincides with the assumed time of the city's decline. There are also theories about the internal disintegration of society based on the analysis of archaeological finds. For instance, some researchers argue that social inequality and conflicts between different castes could have weakened state institutions and led to chaos. In 2000, a group of sociologists from Delhi University presented a model suggesting that the lack of a unified political structure could have contributed to the decline. All these factors, possibly acting simultaneously, created ideal conditions for the decline of Mohenjo-Daro and other cities of this civilization. As a result of research conducted in 2020, it became clear that based on these data, hypotheses can be formulated about how various changes in the surrounding environment and political structure could have led to the disappearance of one of the most complex findings, such as the remains of buildings and the water supply system, indicate a high level of engineering thought, but also highlight the vulnerability to external environmental changes. Mohenjo-Daro, one of the largest cities of the ancient Indus civilization, was founded around 2600 BCE and is considered an outstanding example of advanced urban planning. The city was designed with a clear grid of streets, indicating a high level of urban planning. Wide streets intersected at right angles, creating convenient conditions for transportation and movement of residents. Archaeologists like Ranjit Ray emphasized that the drainage system of Mohenjo-Daro was one of the most complex of its time. Underground channels lined with bricks ensured the removal of wastewater and prevented flooding. This demonstrates that the city's inhabitants understood the importance of hygiene and sanitation standards, which in turn contributed to the health of the population. The city's area is approximately 30 hectares, and its population, estimated to be between 30 and 40,000 people, makes it one of the first megacities in human history. Archaeological excavations, begun in the 1920s under the leadership of Indian archaeologist Dhirendra Das, have uncovered numerous structures, including residential houses, warehouses, and public buildings such as baths and granaries, which indicate a complex economic structure of society. For example, a large water reservoir was found in one of the buildings used for public purposes. This underscores the importance of centralized resource management. Additionally, architectural elements of Mohenjo-Daro, such as standardized bricks measuring 30 by 20 by 10 centimeters, further confirm the level of technological progress. It is also noted that seals with animal images and inscriptions were found in Mohenjo-Daro, which were likely used for trade, indicating the presence of a writing system. This city was also a significant trade center located at the intersection of trade routes connecting India with Mesopotamia, as evidenced by the discovery of goods from other regions, such as nephrite artifacts and copper tools. With each new excavation, more intriguing aspects of life in Mohenjo-Daro are revealed, including construction methods, systems of governance, and the daily life of its inhabitants. It is important to note that despite its apparent progress, the city was abandoned around 1800 BCE, and one of the reasons for this process may be climate change, which raises new questions for historians about how people's lives changed in the face of natural disasters. Research continues, and many mysteries of Mohenjo-Daro still await discovery. Archaeologists continue to find new artifacts that may shed light on the life of this remarkable civilization. Easter Island, also known as Rapa Nui, is located in the southern part of the Pacific Ocean and is one of the most remote inhabited islands in the world, situated more than 3,000 kilometers from the nearest populated area, Chile. This island is famous for its mysterious moai statues, which are a symbol of the local culture and history. These stone figures were created between the 13th and 17th centuries by the local inhabitants, the Rapa Nui people. The statues vary in size. Most of them are between 3 and 10 meters tall, but the largest known statue, Moai Tongariki, weighs more than 80 tons. The process of creating these monuments was complex and labor-intensive. The Rapa Nui used volcanic tuff, which they mined on the northeast side of the island, in the crater of Rano Raraku. More than 900 statues were carved from this material, and around 300 of them were erected on the Ahu platforms in various parts of the island. The erection of the statues on the Ahu platforms was not just an act of artistic expression. Each figure represented ancestors, and their placement could be related to social status and power. The statues often depicted people with large heads and short bodies, symbolizing their spiritual significance. Interestingly, many of the statues have carved inscriptions on their backs, which have not been deciphered, adding to the mystery of their origin. Research shows that various methods were used to move these statues, including the use of wooden sleds and a combination of human muscle power. In the 20th century, the island attracted not only tourists but also scholars like archaeologist Dr. E. Carolyn Castillo, who studied the social structure of the Rapa Nui and the influence of external factors on their civilization. As a result of the research, it was found that between the 16th and 17th centuries, the island experienced a significant ecological crisis due to excessive deforestation and population growth, leading to conflicts and the decline of local culture. Easter Island became a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1999, highlighting its significance as a historical and cultural landmark. The moai statues continue to be the subject of numerous studies and discussions, offering scientists and travelers the opportunity to delve into the past of this unique civilization. Currently, more than 30,000 tourists visit the island each year to see these magnificent statues and immerse themselves in the mysterious history of the Rapa Nui people. The question of how the Rapa Nui people transported the massive moai statues remains a subject of debate among scholars and researchers. Various theories propose different methods of moving these colossal sculptures, which can reach heights of 10 meters and weigh up to 150 tons. One of the most well-known hypotheses, proposed by archaeologist John F. Carey in 2008, suggests that the statues were moved using a system of tilting and vertical movement, allowing them to walk on the ground. This method involved the use of long bamboo poles and nets in which the statues were placed, enabling small groups of people to move them short distances. However, other research, such as that by Dr. T.I. Lee published in 2009, indicates that special wooden sleds were used, which were drawn along pre-prepared tracks. These tracks, as revealed by excavations, could have been dug into the ground and covered with peat or leaves to reduce friction. Additionally, archaeological findings suggest that the statues could have been partially raised using rollers or platforms, further aiding their transportation. It is also proposed that a combination of various methods was used, making the process more efficient and swift. For instance, smaller statues weighing up to 30 tons could be easily moved by a group of 10 to 12 people, whereas larger statues required more complex logistics and organization. Scientific research shows that moving a statue from the quarry on the eastern coast of the island to its final destination on the western side took at least a month, considering climatic conditions, local difficulties, and the number of people involved. These factors highlight the organizational complexity and high level of social structure development among the Rapa Nui, who could coordinate such large-scale projects. For example, in 2003, Australian archaeologist Dr. Neil Foster conducted field research that confirmed the involvement of various work groups, including craftsmen, stonecutters, and transporters. These groups often worked under the guidance of chiefs, indicating a clear hierarchy in society. Furthermore, a study conducted in 2006 revealed that not only local materials, but also imported materials were used to create the statues, adding complexity to their transportation logistics. It is important to note that despite all the hypotheses, none of them is definitive, and each new step in research brings new data, altering our understanding of this process. In 2000, a conference was held where leading archaeologists gathered to discuss these issues, but despite many proposals, consensus was not reached. Consequently, the question of how exactly the Rapa Nui moved the Moai remains open and requires further investigation and research. Archaeologists continue to discover new evidence that may shed light on this mystery. The history of Easter Island, or Rapa Nui, begins with the arrival of Polynesian settlers who, according to scholarly estimates, landed on the island around the year 1200 AD. These seafarers came from neighboring islands such as Tonga and Samoa, using their navigation skills based on observing stars and ocean currents. However, the isolation of this remote island, located more than 2,000 kilometers from the nearest continent, soon began to significantly influence their culture and way of life. The Polynesians developed a unique social structure based on clans, leading to the creation of a complex system of governance and labor organization. It is important to note that the climatic conditions of the island also played a role. The local residents faced challenges related to limited natural resources, which forced them to seek new methods of agriculture and fishing. For example, as a result of isolation and resource scarcity on the island, unique practices emerged, such as rituals of ancestor veneration, which included the creation of famous Moai statues. These statues, made of volcanic tuff, became a symbol of the cultural identity of the Rapa Nui and reflected their spiritual and social beliefs. The number of statues on the island reaches almost 900, and each one, as a rule, was dedicated to a specific ancestor or chief, which testifies to a high level of social respect and hierarchy in society. In conditions of resource scarcity and constant struggle for survival, the local residents began to exhibit ecological carelessness, which ultimately led to the exhaustion of forests and a decrease in population. By the end of the 18th century, after contacts with Europeans, the population of the island had declined to a few hundred people, which became a catastrophic blow to the local culture and traditions. Researchers such as Jared Diamond in his book Collapse describe how social and ecological factors led to the collapse of the Rapa Nui society, emphasizing the importance of sustainable human interaction with the environment. In this context, the history of Easter Island serves as an important lesson for modern societies facing similar challenges. Research continues, and scientists are trying to understand how the culture of the Rapa Nui could survive in such isolation, and what lessons can be drawn from their experience. In the 20th century, new archaeological excavations began, which revealed additional facts about the social life and culture of the Rapa Nui. For example, in 2005, a group of archaeologists led by Christopher Norris discovered remains of ancient fishing nets and tools, which confirms the theory that fishing played a key role in the economy of the island. How did the inhabitants of Easter Island, known as Rapa Nui, manage to move their famous Moai statues, given that they had no draft animals or wheels? This question has long puzzled archaeologists and historians and has been the subject of numerous studies. The Moai statues were created between the 12th and 16th centuries and could reach heights of up to 10 meters and weigh up to 30 tons. How did they manage to move such massive figures across an island with an area of only around 1,200 square kilometers? Research shows that the Rapa Nui used a system of longitudinal and transverse movements, based on a clever rocking method. In the 20th century, a team of scientists led by Professor David Kelly of the University of Michigan conducted an experiment that recreated this process. They found that the statues could be moved by slightly lifting and shifting them forward, making movements similar to rocking. For this, the Rapa Nui used special supports that they placed under the statues and long ropes to control the direction. The research shows that this method allowed the statues to be moved over distances of several kilometers. Additionally, in the 1990s, archaeologist Gerald Carey discovered traces of old stone-paved roads on the island, which also indicate the presence of a certain infrastructure for transportation. It is important to note that such movements could have required significant effort and coordination among the participants, as moving one statue could involve up to 50 people. The process could take several days, depending on the distance and terrain. It is also worth considering that the Rapa Nui used their knowledge of local vegetation to find suitable trees for creating supports and ropes. Thus, the process of moving the moai not only demonstrates the engineering skills of the ancient inhabitants, but also their ability to organize and work together. There are several theories regarding how the ancient inhabitants of Easter Island, known as the Rapa Nui, moved the massive moai statues, which weighed several tons. One of the most popular theories suggests the use of rollers. Archaeologists believe that wooden rollers could have been used to transport the statues, with workers using their strength and agility to roll the moai to their desired locations. This theory is supported by the discovery of ancient roller remnants found during excavations on the island. Other researchers, such as Dr. Christopher, they could attach the ropes to specific points on the statues and pull them in the desired direction, allowing multiple people to work simultaneously. Additionally, there is a hypothesis that the statues could have been moved on sleds made of wood. Such sleds would be placed under the moai, and a team of workers could pull them across the ground. This theory is based on findings where sled tracks were discovered in the form of indentations in the ground. 80% of the statues were aligned along a road, indicating that they may have traveled through specific routes, which also supports the possibility of using sleds. Research shows that the Rapa Nui likely used a combination of these methods to move the statues, adapting their approaches based on local conditions and the size of the statues. In some cases, depending on the road conditions, the statues could have been moved over rocky or sandy surfaces, requiring high coordination and physical strength from the workers. Furthermore, some archaeologists, such as Dr. Todd, avoidance of damage. This technique requires a high level of organization and cooperation among the workers, highlighting not only their physical strength, but also their high degree of social organization. As a result, the methods of transporting the moai remain a topic of discussion and research, with each theory offering a unique perspective on the engineering skills and cultural heritage of the ancient inhabitants of Easter Island. It is important to note that regardless of the chosen method, the process of moving and installing the moai was complex and labor-intensive, requiring significant effort and resources. Today, archaeologists continue to study not only the statues themselves, but also the culture surrounding them, which allows for a deeper understanding of how the Rapa Nui were able to create and move these monumental works of art. Theories about the decline of the society on Rapa Nui, or Easter Island, encompass several key factors that, according to scholars, played a decisive role in the destruction of this unique civilization. The first, these actions led to soil erosion and a decline in the quality of the land, which in turn reduced agricultural possibilities. The second factor was the degradation of the environment. Due to excessive resource use, the island's ecosystem was threatened. Local plant and animal species were disappearing, and the ecosystem became unsustainable. The third factor was diseases brought by Europeans, who began arriving on the island in the 17th century. These diseases, such as smallpox and influenza, led to the deaths of a significant portion of the population, weakening the social structure and contributing to the decline of society. Finally, the raids by slave traders, particularly in the 19th century, were catastrophic for the remaining inhabitants. The islanders were captured and sold into slavery, further reducing the population and disrupting cultural traditions. For instance, all these factors led to the collapse of the social structure and culture of Rapa Nui, one of the most tragic chapters in human history. Archaeological excavations have uncovered numerous signs of this decline, including abandoned temples and statues that stand as silent witnesses to the tragedy. The Nazca Lines, located on the Peruvian plateau, are one of the most mysterious and fascinating monuments of ancient culture. These geoglyphs, created between 400 years before our era and 300 years after our era, are impressive in size, with some reaching lengths of over 100 meters. The lines depict various figures, including animals such as hummingbirds, monkeys, and lizards, as well as geometric shapes like triangles and circles. The uniqueness of these drawings lies in the fact that they can only be seen from a height, which raises questions about their purpose. Archaeologists, such as the American professor Paul Kosak, who first noticed these lines in the mid-20th century, have proposed various theories about their use, from astronomical calendars to sacred paths for rituals. Some researchers believe that the lines could have been used to mark water, which is crucial for survival in this arid region. Other scientists, such as Mary E. Brown, suggest that the geoglyphs could be connected to fertility rituals, as many of the depicted animals were important symbols for local peoples. The preservation of these drawings also raises interest, as they remain clear and visible even after thousands of years. The reasons for this include the specific climatic conditions of the region, where constant winds and the absence of vegetation contribute to the preservation of the drawings. There are even hypotheses that the lines could have a connection to the cosmos. Some of them are oriented towards specific stars, suggesting that ancient peoples may have had knowledge of astronomy. Today, the Nazca Lines attract tourists from all over the world, which raises both interest and concerns about their condition and the need for their protection. Local authorities are actively working to preserve this unique heritage, but not always successfully in preventing damage from human activity. For example, in 2012, several cases of geoglyph damage were recorded due to road construction. These incidents highlight the need for international protection and awareness of the value of cultural heritage. Over the past decades, scientists have continued to study Nazca, using modern technologies such as aerial photography and satellite visualization to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the geoglyphs and their significance. Scientific research continues, and with each year, new data emerges that can change our understanding of this ancient culture and its achievements. The Nazca Lines, renowned for their enormous geometric figures and drawings, have sparked numerous theories about their purpose. One of the most widespread theories suggests that these lines held religious significance. Scholars such as American archaeologist David A. Sutherland have proposed that the drawings served as sites for rituals dedicated to worshiping gods or ancestral spirits. Within this theory, it is suggested that certain figures, like hummingbirds and monkeys, were connected to the mythology of the Nazca people who inhabited this region between the 1st and 8th centuries AD. Meanwhile, other researchers, such as Peruvian archaeologist José María Argeadas, argue that the lines served an astronomical function. They point out that some of the lines accurately point to the sun's rise and set on specific days, such as the summer solstice, indicating their use for agricultural rituals or calendar events. For instance, on the day of the solstice, the shadow of one of the hills can align with a line, creating a visual effect that underscores the importance of this day for farmers. Furthermore, some researchers, like astronomer Richard Hoagland, suggest that the lines were used for navigation, helping ancient inhabitants navigate the desert landscape where landmarks were scarce. However, none of these theories have been definitively proven, and scientists continue to debate the exact function of these mysterious lines, which only serves to heighten interest in them. It is worth noting that in the 19th century, when the lines were first studied by Europeans, they were seen as mystical. Explorer Tiziano Melizzi in the 1870s described them as sacred signs left by the ancients. This perception continues to influence contemporary interpretations, lending the Nazca lines an air of mystery. Moreover, in recent years, scientists have begun using new technologies such as drones and ground-penetrating radars, which allow them to uncover previously unnoticed details and potentially uncover new theories about the purpose of these lines. For example, in 2020, an international research team led by Japanese archaeologist Hiroshi Hashimoto discovered new figures that were previously unknown, raising the question of whether the lines are part of a larger system of symbols or maps used by ancient peoples. These discoveries add a new chapter to the history of the Nazca lines and continue to intrigue scientists and tourists worldwide. The culture of Nazca, which existed on the territory of modern southern Peru from the 1st century BC to the 6th century AD, is renowned not only for its enigmatic geoglyphs, but also for its outstanding achievements in ceramics and textiles. The archaeological excavations in the region have shown that Nazca produced around 50 different styles of ceramics, including both utilitarian and ritual forms. Additionally, Nazca textiles deserve attention. They used high-quality fibers such as cotton and wool to create vibrant fabrics that were often decorated with intricate patterns. The religious practices of the Nazca people included sacrifices and rituals related to the veneration of natural elements. Archaeologists have discovered that the Nazca believed in deities who controlled rain and harvest, underscoring their dependence on agriculture. Ritual practices, such as the veneration of tools and the earth, were often conducted during seasonal changes, indicating the deep respect the Nazca had for nature. It is also worth noting that the Nazca culture had elements related to astronomy. Geoglyphs may have been used for observing celestial phenomena, adding another layer of mystery to this unique civilization. The complex technologies used in ceramic production, as well as the diversity of ritual practices, make the Nazca culture one of the most fascinating in the history of ancient Peru. Archaeologists continue to uncover new artifacts that reveal additional aspects of their lives and beliefs. Research on the lines of Nazca is ongoing, and there is no consensus among scientists about their purpose. One of the main theories is that these giant geoglyphs served as paths for ceremonies. For example, archaeologist Dr. Edward, he noted that many of these lines are directed towards bodies of water, emphasizing the connection between rituals and access to water in this arid region. Another theory suggests that some of the lines could have been astronomical markers. Research conducted in 2005 by a team led by Dr. Christopher Cox showed that some lines align with sunrises and sunsets on important calendar dates, such as the winter solstice. This discovery raises intriguing questions about the ancient Peruvians' knowledge of astronomy and their ability to navigate by stars. Other scholars, such as Dr. Maria Castro, propose that the lines could have been elements of pilgrimage routes, with travelers following these paths to reach sacred sites, such as temples in the vicinity. In 2017, her team conducted excavations near one of the lines and found evidence of ritual sacrifices, confirming that these routes were indeed used for religious purposes. There are also theories that the lines served as navigational paths for people traversing this difficult region. For instance, a study conducted in 2020 showed that certain geoglyphs are positioned so that they can be seen from mountains, which could have helped travelers orient themselves. All these theories highlight the complexity and multi-layered nature of the Nazca culture, and each one opens new horizons for understanding their society and beliefs. It is important to note that despite the various interpretations, no theory is definitive, and ongoing research will continue to deepen our understanding of this enigmatic civilization. In 2019, archaeologists also discovered additional geoglyphs that add new elements to existing theories, indicating that the study of the Nazca lines is just beginning. Research conducted by Maria Rajka in the mid-20th century played a pivotal role in understanding the Nazca lines. Rajka claimed that some of the lines were associated with astronomical events, such as solstices and equinoxes. For instance, she observed that one of the lines pointed to the sunrise on the winter solstice, suggesting that the ancient inhabitants of the region used the geoglyphs to track time and plan agricultural activities. In 1953, she published her first work presenting her findings, which became the foundation for further scientific discussions. She also drew attention to the symbolic significance of lines and figures, such as the giant monkey, which might be related to the local flora and fauna. Her methodology included aerial photography, allowing her to analyze the sizes and orientations of the geoglyphs in detail. In 1981, she even organized an expedition that conducted new aerial photography, confirming her hypotheses. Despite her achievements, Reiche's work was criticized, and some researchers believe the lines could have served as roads or ritual paths. This debate about the functions of the Nazca lines only intensifies interest in them, and new discoveries, such as those made in 2019, continue to open new avenues for research. For example, the latest study uncovered additional geoglyphs that could add new elements to existing theories, making the question of how these lines were used even more intriguing. Preserving the lines of Nazca is becoming increasingly challenging, as roads being laid across and through the desert pose a significant threat to the integrity of these ancient geoglyphs. For instance, in 2012, the construction of a new road connecting the cities of Nazca and Pampa damaged several lines, including the famous Beaver Line, which was created over 2,000 years ago. Additionally, the tourist influx in this region is growing annually, adding further strain to the fragile areas where the lines are located. According to local cultural heritage management, over 100,000 tourists visited the site in 2018 alone, each leaving their mark on the surface, leading to soil erosion and the destruction of geoglyphs. Human activity is not limited to tourism. Local farmers, aiming to expand their fields, sometimes inadvertently damage the lines by plowing through the areas where ancient drawings are preserved. In 2009, a group of archaeologists, led by Dr. José Lauro from the University of Cusco, discovered that several lines had been damaged due to agricultural activities. They collected soil samples and found traces of fertilizers, confirming their concerns that the lines were falling victim to human negligence. Furthermore, climate change is also affecting the lines of Nazca. Rising temperatures and changes in rainfall patterns can lead to less stable soil, which also threatens the preservation of the geoglyphs. In 2020, a group of ecologists conducted a study assessing the impact of climate change on the preservation of the lines and concluded that the situation could worsen in the coming decades if no measures are taken. Consequently, several international organizations, such as UNESCO, have begun developing plans to protect these unique objects. For example, in 2020, within the framework of UNESCO's Program for the Protection of Cultural Heritage in Latin America, a project was initiated to create a buffer zone around the lines of Nazca, which is intended to limit tourist access and prevent further damage. The program includes not only the creation of signs and fences, but also educational activities aimed at raising awareness among local residents and tourists about the importance of preserving this heritage. However, despite all efforts, the situation remains critical, and the lines continue to be at risk due to human interference. As a result, each new discovery or damage to the lines becomes a topic of discussion among archaeologists and historians, as each of them contributes to the understanding of ancient civilizations that left these mysterious geoglyphs. Research shows that the lines of Nazca were not only created to mark paths, but also for conducting rituals and ceremonies, making them even more valuable for study. Göbekli Tepe, located in the southeastern part of Turkey, is one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 21st century. Archaeologists such as Klaus Schmidt, who led excavations since 2002, have uncovered more than 20 large stone structures at this site, consisting of massive T-shaped pillars that can reach a height of 5 meters and weigh over 15 tons. Göbekli Tepe was not just a place of worship, but, as researchers suggest, it also served as a social center where various groups gathered to discuss and exchange resources. These constructions are considered one of the earliest examples of public buildings, challenging traditional views that agriculture preceded the construction of such complexes. Discoveries at Göbekli Tepe show that hunter-gatherers could organize complex social structures before the agricultural revolution. Research indicates that during the construction of Göbekli Tepe, methods were used, including the transportation of stones from distances up to 20 kilometers, requiring significant effort and organization. The uniqueness of Göbekli Tepe lies in its ability to provide insight into the beliefs and practices of people who lived in a hunter-gatherer economy but were already beginning to form the foundations of complex religious and social structures. For example, in 2021, the remains of wild animals such as wild goats and deer were found, allowing researchers to draw conclusions about the types of animals hunted and how this might have influenced religious practices. These findings confirm the importance of Göbekli Tepe as a key site in understanding the transition from hunting and gathering to agriculture. It is also worth mentioning that the complex was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 2010, highlighting its outstanding cultural and historical value. Göbekli Tepe not only changes our understanding of ancient civilizations, but also opens new horizons for understanding human behavior and social structures in the prehistoric era. At Göbekli Tepe, located in southeastern Turkey, archaeologists continue to make remarkable discoveries that challenge traditional views of early human communities. For instance, in 2018, a team led by Professor Klaus Schmidt discovered several circles of pillars, reaching up to 5 meters in height, carved from limestone and adorned with reliefs of various animals such as lions, zebras, and birds. These reliefs, executed with remarkable detail, suggest that the people who built this complex possessed a high level of artistic skill and understanding of the natural world. The circles of pillars are believed to have been used for ritual purposes, as evidenced by the presence of fragments of zoomorphic figures found in the vicinity. These findings also raise questions about how different groups of people interacted with each other during a time when hunting and gathering were still the primary means of survival. Debates among scholars continue. Some argue that Göbekli Tepe is evidence of the transition to a settled way of life, while others insist that it was purely a religious structure with no connection to agriculture. It is currently known that the site was actively used from the 9th millennium BCE and continued to exist until the 6th millennium BCE. Researchers from the University of Istanbul conducted radiocarbon dating, confirming that some of the pillars were erected around 9,000 years ago, which impacts our understanding of the chronology of human society development. Moreover, in 2009, researchers found traces of ancient roasted seeds, which may indicate that the inhabitants of Göbekli Tepe began practicing agriculture long before the first cities appeared. This information underscores the importance of Göbekli Tepe as a key site for studying not only architectural but also social changes in prehistoric times. Additionally, archaeologists continue to uncover new artifacts, including tools that speak to a high level of technology and organization among these early people. For example, in 2020, storage facilities for seeds were discovered, indicating that the inhabitants of the complex were already forming food reserves, which is a significant step towards the creation of more complex social structures. The site also draws attention due to its astronomical features. Some pillars, according to research, may point to important astronomical events such as equinoxes. These aspects make Göbekli Tepe a unique object for studying the interaction between culture, religion, and nature in early human communities. Why did people begin constructing such monumental structures as Göbekli Tepe as early as the 9th millennium BCE? This question has sparked numerous debates among historians and archaeologists. Firstly, by that time, humanity had been engaged in agriculture and animal domestication for several thousand years. It is believed that around 10,000 years ago, in the Fertile Crescent region, which includes modern-day Iraq, Syria, and Turkey, an agricultural revolution began. People started to live settled lives, which facilitated the development of more complex social structures. Göbekli Tepe may have been the first example of architecture built not for habitation, but for gatherings and rituals. Archaeologist Martin Sterling, who conducted excavations at this site, suggests that it could have served as a center for ritual gatherings, as evidenced by the statues and animal carvings found there, such as wolves and lizards, which could have had symbolic significance, further have emerged in conditions of abundance. For instance, according to archaeologist Klaus Schmidt, who led the excavations, massive stone blocks weighing up to 20 tons were processed and lifted without the use of modern technology, indicating a high level of organizational skills and social connections within the community. The question arises, how could people, without constant access to resources, organize such large-scale projects? Perhaps ritual practices and communal unity were the driving forces behind the construction of such structures. Evidence suggests that ritual life could have been more important than mere survival, highlighting the depth of human culture even in prehistoric times. In this context, Göbekli Tepe can be seen not just as an archaeological site, but as a reflection of changes in the thinking and social structure of early human communities. The construction of such objects as Göbekli Tepe could have been driven not only by the need to create ritual spaces, but also by the desire to unite people for joint work and knowledge exchange. These constructions could have become places where people gathered not only for religious rituals, but also for social interactions, which, in turn, could have contributed to the development of language and cultural traditions. The construction techniques used for Göbekli Tepe also raise questions about the technologies available at the time and how the community could have organized labor resources to accomplish such complex tasks. Findings at this site show that the region's inhabitants used tools made of flint and other available materials, indicating a high level of craftsmanship. Additionally, a carbon isotope analysis conducted in 2000 showed that Göbekli Tepe was abandoned around 8,000 years ago, coinciding with the transition to a more settled way of life. Complex rituals likely laid the foundation for the formation of the first cities, opening new horizons for understanding the social dynamics of that time. The methods of construction at Göbekli Tepe, a unique archaeological complex in southeastern Turkey, remain a subject of active research and debate among scholars. Archaeologists such as Klaus Schmidt, who led excavations at the site since the 2000s, assert that massive stone structures were created using primitive but effective tools like stone picks and flint tools. For instance, some of the monolithic pillars found at Göbekli Tepe reach heights of up to 6 meters and feature intricate reliefs, indicating a high level of craftsmanship among the stonemasons. Moreover, construction methods may have involved collective efforts from the entire community, underscoring the significant social dynamics of the time. Göbekli Tepe, with its unique architecture, demonstrates that structures could be erected even before the advent of agriculture, challenging traditional notions of human civilization's development. This site served as a kind of ritual center where people gathered for ceremonies and social interactions, potentially facilitating the exchange of knowledge about construction technologies. A key aspect is that this complex has no parallels in the world, and its study can provide insights not only into architectural achievements, but also into the social structures of ancient people. However, unlike Stonehenge, Göbekli Tepe was not intended for astronomical observations, but had a ritual significance, further emphasizing its uniqueness. Excavations have revealed more than 600 stone pillars, some of which are adorned with animal images, such as lions, snakes, and wild goats, indicating the symbolic importance of the site. This discovery, dating back to approximately the 9th millennium BCE, challenges conventional views that complex social structures and architectural achievements only emerged with the development of settled agriculture. Research continues, and with each new discovery, we gain more understanding of how people of that era organized their lives and the technologies they employed to achieve their goals. Investigating Göbekli Tepe raises numerous questions about the social organization and religious beliefs of ancient societies that built these impressive structures. For instance, Who was responsible for the creation and construction of these megalithic monuments, dating back approximately 9,000 years? Archaeologists believe that these were hunter-gatherers. But how did they manage to organize the work of building such massive structures without advanced technologies and a settled way of life? A significant aspect is that Göbekli Tepe, located in southeastern Turkey, is not just a place of worship, but also a center of social interaction. This complex consists of circles of stones weighing up to tens of tons. Notably, research indicates that significant climate changes occurred in this region during that period, forcing people to seek new ways of interacting with each other. The construction of Göbekli Tepe may have been a response to these challenges, creating a place where people could meet, exchange ideas, and strengthen social bonds. What were the religious beliefs of these people? Some researchers propose that the cult of animals was an important part of their beliefs, as seen in numerous sculptures depicting wild animals. These images may indicate that ancient people attributed special significance to certain animal species, possibly as symbols of protection or good luck. It is important to note that Göbekli Tepe predates the advent of agriculture, challenging traditional views that religious practices only developed in settled societies. Therefore, the complexity of the social structure and religious beliefs in Göbekli Tepe demonstrates that even in a society of hunter-gatherers, there could exist multi-layered systems of beliefs and organization. These aspects continue to be the subject of active research and debate among scholars. Notably, archaeologists have discovered more than 100 stone structures at this site, indicating the scale and significance of this place for its creators. The Baalbek complex in Lebanon, renowned for its impressive Roman ruins, is one of the world's most significant archaeological sites. One of the most striking features of Baalbek is the Temple of Jupiter, constructed during the reign of Emperor Augustus in the early 1st century and completed under Emperor Tiberius. It is important to note that advanced technologies of the time, including sophisticated methods of transporting and processing stones, were used in the construction of this complex. One of the most famous objects in the complex is the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, located at a quarry near Baalbek. This stone measures approximately 26 meters in length and weighs more than 1,800 tons, making it one of the largest worked stones in the world. Studies indicate that the stone has perfect rectangular forms, suggesting the high level of skill of the ancient stonemasons. Researchers such as Dr. Michel Rocher have conducted studies on the methods of processing and transporting the stone, which remain a subject of debate and speculation about the capabilities of ancient technologies. There are also theories that the Stone of the Pregnant Woman was used for ritual purposes, making it not only a construction artifact, but also a cultural relic. Baalbek is not just an architectural marvel. It is a whole system where each element has its own significance and history, underscoring the importance of this place in the context of ancient Greek and Roman history. Additionally, local legends claim that the stone was left in its current state due to an unsuccessful attempt to move it, adding more mystery to this historic site. With the help of modern technologies such as 3D scanning, archaeologists continue to explore this complex to better understand the construction methods and socio-cultural aspects of the lives of its creators. The Stone of the Pregnant Woman, located in Baalbek, is one of the largest known stone blocks ever quarried by humans. Its length is approximately 26 meters, width around 6 meters, and height exceeds 5 meters, with a weight of about 1,800 tons. There are several theories about the purpose of this monumental stone, each with its own proponents. One of the most widespread theories suggests that the stone was part of a grand construction project related to the temples in Baalbek, known as the Temple of Jupiter, which the Romans began building in the 1st century AD. Archaeologists like Professor José López from the University of Beirut point out that the stone could have served as the base for one of the columns of this temple, as its dimensions perfectly match the architectural standards of the time. However, considering the complex technologies that would have been required to transport such a massive block, Some researchers believe that its movement was impossible, and the stone remained in place, never becoming part of the temple. This version is supported by the fact that the stone was found in a quarry located several kilometers from the temple itself, which would have posed insurmountable difficulties for its transportation using the technology of the time. It is interesting to note that in ancient times, there were similar attempts to move large stone blocks, such as in Egypt, where pyramids were built, but all required enormous efforts and resources. Based on the analysis of historical documents, such as the works of the Roman architect Vitruvius, it can be assumed that Roman builders often changed their plans during the course of work, which sometimes resulted in the abandonment of unfinished structures. Regardless of whether it was part of a grand plan or the stone remained due to the impossibility of its transportation, its size and weight continue to amaze modern observers. At the same time, in the 1st century AD, Baalbek became the center of Roman culture in Lebanon, which explains the presence of such grand architectural projects. An important aspect is that the study of this stone and its surroundings continues, and new findings may shed light on its true purpose. For example, in 2022, during excavations conducted by a team of archaeologists from the Lebanese University, additional artifacts were discovered, such as bronze coins and ceramics dated to the 1st century AD, indicating that the area was an active center at that time. Baalbek, located in Lebanon, has been a significant center for centuries due to its strategic location and abundant resources. During the Roman Empire, starting from the 1st century AD, the city gained fame for its magnificent temples and architectural achievements. The Romans saw Baalbek as an ideal place for constructing cult buildings, and as a result, some of the greatest temples of the ancient world were built here, including the Temple of Jupiter, the Temple of Venus, and the Temple of Bacchus. The Temple of Jupiter, in particular, was constructed in the 1st century AD, and is renowned for its colossal structure, which still features 6 massive columns, each reaching a height of around 22 meters. These columns are part of ancient Roman architecture that utilized local limestone, which was not only economically feasible, but also ensured the longevity of the structures. Roman engineers employed complex construction methods, including the use of arches and vaults, to create impressive and durable constructions. Baalbek, the second half of the 1st century AD, marked the peak of Baalbek's prosperity, with large-scale religious festivals and celebrations attracting pilgrims and tourists from across the empire. It is worth noting that Baalbek was not only a religious center, but also a major trade hub connecting trade routes between East and West. This facilitated cultural exchange, enriching the architectural and artistic traditions of the region. With the fall of the Roman Empire in the 5th century AD, Baalbek's influence changed, but many of its architectural achievements have endured and continue to attract the attention of researchers and tourists from around the world. Today, this city is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, highlighting its significance for world history and culture. Based on archaeological research conducted in recent decades, it has been established that Baalbek also housed important trade markets and workshops for the production of glass and ceramic vessels, further confirming its economic importance in ancient times. There are various theories about how ancient builders of Baalbek transported and processed massive stone blocks used for the construction of temples and other structures. One method, presumably, involved the use of ropes made from plant fibers, which were used to bind the blocks and move them. Research indicates that ropes up to 30 meters long could have been used, capable of withstanding significant loads due to their strength. Archaeological findings suggest that builders used wooden rollers placed under the blocks to facilitate their movement. The widespread use of such rollers made the transportation process more efficient, allowing the blocks to move along inclined surfaces. This technique could have significantly simplified the transportation of stones. It is also important to note that some blocks were cut directly in quarries located approximately 8 kilometers from Baalbek. This meant that builders had to develop methods to transport such heavy elements with minimal effort. Research shows that in some areas, systems of levers were used to lift and place the blocks in the correct position. These methods allowed not only for the transportation, but also for the precise fitting of the stones, requiring a high level of knowledge in mechanics and physics. One of the most famous examples is the lying stone, which weighs over 1,000 tons and remains in the quarry to this day. This stone is a clear demonstration of the complexity of the technologies used for processing and transporting stones in Baalbek, showcasing the engineering prowess of the ancient builders. It is worth noting that there is still no consensus among scientists about which method was the most effective, and many researchers continue to debate this topic, proposing new hypotheses and finding evidence in archaeological excavations. As the ancient builders of Baalbek tackled the challenge of creating such massive structures as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, weighing over 1 million tons, this monolith, located more than 800 meters above sea level, remains one of the largest stone constructions in the world. Its transportation and installation continue to puzzle historians and archaeologists. The construction of this stone is attributed to the Phoenicians, who used it as the foundation for the Temple of Jupiter, built in the 1st century AD. According to modern estimates, the dimensions of the Stone of the Pregnant Woman are approximately 21 meters in length, 6 meters in width, and 4 meters in height. Research suggests that moving it could have required up to 500 people working on the creation of lifting mechanisms and rollers. Scholars propose that the ancient builders may have used a combination of wooden structures and ropes made from plant fibers, enabling them to move such heavy loads over the complex terrain of Lebanon's highlands. Additionally, the theory that the stone was partially carved into the rock and then only partially extracted and moved also has its proponents. This technology would have required extraordinary skills and knowledge in engineering for the time. One of the most intriguing discoveries related to this topic was made in 2014 when a group of archaeologists led by Dr. Ali Nassif found traces of ancient quarries and transportation routes, confirming the existence of a developed infrastructure used for moving such massive blocks. Comparisons with other famous megaliths, such as Stonehenge in England, show that the methods of construction and transportation varied significantly depending on geographical location and available resources. For instance, in Baalbek, the use of local limestone and the skills of stonecutters allowed for the creation of structures that continue to inspire architects and engineers. These findings not only help us understand how ancient civilizations faced such challenges, but also shed new light on the level of their technological advancement. Complex stoneworking methods included the use of copper tools, which were strong enough to handle hard rocks like limestone or granite. As a result, studying such objects as the Stone of the Pregnant Woman reveals not only historical facts, but also mysteries that still await their researchers. There are several theories about how ancient builders could have transported the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, which weighs approximately 1,400,000 kilograms and is located in Baalbek, modern-day Lebanon. One of the most widely accepted hypotheses suggests the use of rollers, which would significantly reduce friction and simplify the movement of the heavy block. Research indicates that in ancient Egypt, for example, wooden rollers were used to move stone blocks, making the process easier. Additionally, based on the analysis of ancient Roman sources, such as the works of Pliny the Elder, it can be inferred that the same method was used in Baalbek. In practice, the use of rollers might have looked like this. Workers would place the stone on wooden logs, which would then be rolled over a smooth surface, allowing it to be moved over long distances. However, rollers alone would not have solved the entire problem, and ropes were also needed to control the heavy load. Ancient builders could have used strong ropes made from plant fibers to pull the stone or hold it in place during movement. Archaeological finds in other places, such as the famous temples in Egypt, confirm that such methods were widespread and used for moving blocks weighing up to 100 tons. Furthermore, for moving stones, especially during ascents, sleds covered with wet earth or grass could have been used to reduce friction. It is important to note that in Baalbek, builders might have faced certain challenges due to the terrain, such as steep slopes and uneven surfaces. To facilitate the ascent, it is possible that inclined planes were used to raise the blocks to a height. Contemporaries like archaeologist David Wilkinson studied these methods and emphasized that without clear coordination and a large number of workers, such projects would have been impossible. It is important to consider that all these methods could have been combined, and depending on the specific conditions, builders could have adapted their approaches. This is confirmed by the fact that on other construction sites in the region, archaeologists found traces of the use of various stone transportation methods, indicating a high level of engineering thought at that time. The complex of Sacsayhuaman in Peru, located just 2 kilometers from the Inca capital of Cusco, is one of the most impressive archaeological sites of antiquity. Its construction began in the 15th century during the reign of Inca Pachacuti and continued into the 16th century. The complex features massive walls built from giant stone blocks, some of which are over 8 meters long and weigh up to 300 tons. These blocks were cut with such precision that not even a sheet of paper can be inserted between them. Archaeologists believe that complex systems of manual labor and possibly wooden rollers were used to move them, although the exact methods remain a subject of debate. The walls of Sacsayhuaman are arranged in unique zigzag patterns that not only provide stability, but also create a striking visual effect. Each wall in the complex reaches a height of up to 7 meters. Surrounding Sacsayhuaman are numerous platforms and terraces that served various purposes, including rituals and military gatherings. These terraces allow for a view of the surrounding landscape, which played a crucial role in Inca military strategy. Inside the complex, there were various buildings, including temples and administrative structures, where religious ceremonies dedicated to the sun god Inti were conducted. An important aspect of Sacsayhuaman is its connection to other Inca structures, such as the Temple of the Sun in Cusco. Archaeologists have established that the road system linking these sites employed advanced technologies to maintain communication between different parts of the empire, facilitating the rapid movement of troops and goods. Despite being a symbol of Inca power, Sacsayhuaman's scale and architectural complexity demonstrate the level of development of the civilization. In the 16th century, after the Spanish conquest of Peru, a significant portion of the complex was destroyed, but even in its current state, Sacsayhuaman continues to attract tourists and historians from around the world. In the year 2000, the Peruvian government began active efforts to restore the complex, and today it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. During excavations in the 20th century, numerous artifacts were discovered, including ceramics, tools, and even human remains, providing deeper insight into Inca life. These findings offer valuable insights into the social and economic structures of society, as well as religious practices. For example, the analysis of remains shows that the Incas practiced complex burial rituals, including mummification, which confirms their belief in an afterlife. Sacsayhuaman is not only an architectural marvel, but also a significant element of cultural heritage that continues to be studied by scientists seeking to unravel the mysteries of Inca civilization. There are several theories about the methods used by the Incas to build Sacsayhuaman, which continue to fascinate historians and archaeologists. One of the most widely accepted theories suggests that the Incas employed a significant number of workers to move massive stone blocks, some of which weighed over 100 tons. These limestone blocks were quarried from sites up to 20 kilometers away from the complex. Studies indicate that the Incas might have used a system of rollers and ropes made from local plants to transport such enormous stones. The ropes, made from the fibers of the tucum plant, were strong and flexible, making them ideal for moving heavy loads. Additionally, scholars believe that the Incas may have used inclined planes to facilitate the movement of the blocks. For instance, in 2000, archaeologist and engineer Lorenzo Saldaña conducted experiments that replicated Inca methods using inclined planes and block systems, demonstrating the ability to move heavy stones with simple mechanical devices. Given the Incas' deep knowledge of astronomy and mathematics, it is plausible that they could accurately calculate the angles and lengths of the inclined planes for optimal efficiency. For example, a study conducted in 2009 found that each worker could lift up to 500 kilograms, indicating the high physical fitness of the Incas. It is also believed that the Incas used pre-prepared models and workshops to create such complex architectural forms as Sacsayhuaman. In these workshops, stone blocks were carefully cut and fitted together with high precision. These methods not only ensured the strength of the structures, but also allowed the Incas to build intricate objects like walls with unique shapes and connections that did not require mortar. Furthermore, in 2018, a group of archaeologists led by Dr. Jose Arteaga discovered that the Incas used a specific technique called stone fitting during construction. This technique involved carefully adjusting each block to fit perfectly with the others, making the structure particularly resistant to the earthquakes common in the region. This precision in construction is another testament to the Incas' engineering prowess, which continues to amaze scientists and travelers worldwide. Sacsayhuaman is not just a fortress. It is a symbol of the power of the Incas and the exceptional skill of their architects. The construction of this magnificent complex began in the early 15th century during the reign of Emperor Pachacuti, who is considered one of the greatest rulers of the Incas. He was not only a military leader, but also a reformer who significantly expanded the territory of the empire and strengthened its economy. Sacsayhuaman was built between 1417 and 1484, when it became clear that Cusco, the Inca capital, needed protection from potential attacks and to demonstrate their power. The construction used massive stone blocks weighing up to 100 tons, making this project truly monumental for its time. Inca masons employed the technique of dry stone masonry, ensuring incredible wall strength that can withstand even modern earthquakes. Interestingly, tools such as wooden hammers and stone chisels were used during construction, highlighting the level of technological advancement of the Incas. By 1533, when Spanish conquistadors led by Francisco Pizarro captured Cusco, Sacsayhuaman already stood as an impressive structure consisting of 3 levels, each built with stones perfectly fitted together, creating a sense of monolithic unity. These walls not only protected the city, but also served as a symbol of the empire, showcasing the Incas' advanced architecture and engineering. Located at an altitude of over 3,000 meters above sea level, Sacsayhuaman also served an astronomical function. Its walls and structures were aligned with significant astronomical events, such as the solstice. Thus, Sacsayhuaman became not only a fortress, but also an astronomical observatory, demonstrating the Incas' connection to nature and celestial phenomena. With each new layer of stones added to this grand complex, the Incas affirmed their cultural identity and power, allowing them to control vast territories. Over the centuries, Sacsayhuaman remained a vital strategic point. Today, it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and attracts thousands of tourists each year, eager to touch history and see these remarkable structures with their own eyes. The breathtaking views from its walls frame not only the city of Cusco, but also the majestic Andes Mountains, creating a unique landscape that has become a symbol of Peru and Inca culture. How did the Incas move enormous stones at Sacsayhuaman without iron, wheels, or draft animals? This question has long intrigued many researchers, as Sacsayhuaman, located just a few kilometers from Cusco, is composed of massive stone blocks weighing up to 50 tons each. Construction of this impressive structure began in the mid-15th century during the reign of Inca Emperor Pachacuti and continued for several decades. The Incas developed unique methods of transporting stones using simple but effective technologies. For example, they could use systems of inclined planes to move heavy blocks up slopes. Researchers also believe that the Incas used wooden rollers and ropes made from plant fibers to facilitate the movement of stones. In some cases, stones could be quarried directly in nearby hills, reducing the distance they needed to be transported. It is thought that the Incas could move stones by organizing large groups of people to work together, lifting and pushing the blocks. Archaeological finds show that they also used the technique of shoulder hoisting, where stones were lifted using wooden structures resembling modern cranes. Interestingly, the blocks themselves were shaped so that they fit together perfectly without the use of mortar, highlighting the high level of skill of Inca stonemasons. Their ability to work with stone is as impressive as the structures they created, which remain a mystery to many. While many cultures relied on metal tools, the Incas demonstrated that they could achieve remarkable results using only stone and labor. This Inca ingenuity in architecture continue to inspire awe and debate among scholars who strive to unravel the secrets of their craftsmanship and technologies. The true challenge remains how the Incas managed such complex logistics without modern technologies and tools. The Incas not only built monumental structures, but also created intricate road systems that connected various regions of their vast empire, which in the early 16th century encompassed territories of present-day Peru, Bolivia, Ecuador, and parts of Chile. These roads, built with remarkable precision, facilitated not only the movement of people, but also the transportation of resources, playing a crucial role in the economy of the empire. The Olmec civilization, which existed on the territory of modern Mexico from around the 8th century BCE to the 1st century CE, is considered one of the earliest cultures in Mesoamerica. This people left behind numerous artifacts, but the most impressive and mysterious are the colossal heads, carved from basalt, a volcanic rock characteristic of the region. These heads range from 1 to 4 meters in height and can weigh up to 9 tons. The Olmecs created at least 10 such monuments, the largest of which, located in the sanctuary of La Venta, was discovered by archaeologist Gregory C. Soot in the 1960s. Each head has unique features, indicating the high level of skill of Olmec artists and their ability to individualize their work. Some researchers suggest that these heads may have depicted rulers' or warriors' helmets, based on specific details such as helmets and ornaments that could indicate social status or ritual functions. The style of these heads is unique and differs from other Mesoamerican cultures, raising questions about the influence the Olmecs had on subsequent civilizations such as the Maya and Aztecs. These monuments served not only as symbols of power, but also played a significant role in rituals related to the veneration of ancestors and gods. It is important to note that there is still no consensus on how the Olmecs transported these massive stone blocks over long distances. Some researchers propose that they used a system of ropes and wooden beams, while others believe they may have utilized waterways to facilitate transportation. The Olmec culture is also known for its sculptures and carvings, which confirm their high artistic skills. Research indicates that active trade was conducted on this territory, facilitating the exchange not only of goods, but also of cultural ideas. In the 1990s, a group of researchers led by Miguel A.S. Martinez discovered fragments of pottery and other artifacts at the La Venta excavation site, confirming the presence of a complex social structure and a developed economy. These findings provide insight into how the Olmecs could influence neighboring cultures and establish standards that were later adopted by other peoples. For example, similar heads have been found in some regions of Central America, suggesting possible cultural exchange or influence by the Olmecs. These artifacts not only demonstrate the artistic expressiveness of the Olmecs, but also the importance of identity and status in their society. The perception of Olmec heads as symbols of power and strength continues to this day, attracting the attention of both scholars and tourists, underscoring their significance in the study of ancient Mesoamerican cultures. The transportation of multi-ton stone sculptures of Olmec heads, weighing over 20 tons, is one of the most enigmatic aspects of Olmec culture. These heads were carved from basalt, quarried from sites up to 100 kilometers away from their final destinations, such as La Venta and San Lorenzo. Research indicates that wooden logs could have been used as rollers to facilitate the movement of such massive objects. This ancient technique significantly reduced friction, making it easier to move heavy loads. Scholars like archaeologist Dr. Richard Cameron suggest that the Olmecs might have also used an irrigation system to soften the ground, further easing the transportation process. However, many details remain unclear, and no single theory fully explains how the Olmecs managed this monumental task. Some researchers propose the use of lifting mechanisms, which would have been advanced for the time, but there is no definitive evidence supporting this hypothesis. Others, such as Dr. Embark, suggest that the Olmecs might have relied on collective efforts from local communities, highlighting the importance of social structure and mutual aid in their culture. Archaeological findings at the sites where the heads were installed reveal the presence of deep pits, which could have served as temporary storage for the sculptures during transportation. Each head has unique features, indicating an individual approach to their creation and installation, as well as their social significance within Olmec culture. Comparing these heads with other ancient monuments, such as Egyptian sphinxes, underscores their importance. Sphinxes were carved from limestone and also transported over long distances, but their method of transportation remains a topic of scientific debate. The height of Olmec heads can reach up to 3 meters, and their mass requires careful planning and resources for transportation. Additionally, some researchers believe that the Olmecs used hand tools like chisels and hammers to create the sculptures, demonstrating their high level of craftsmanship and engineering knowledge. The presence of Olmec heads in various locations also suggests possible trade connections between communities, adding another layer to our understanding of their cultural and economic structure. The discussion of Olmec head transportation raises numerous questions about the technologies, social networks, and cultural practices that existed in Mesoamerica over 2,000 years ago. Artifacts found near the installation sites confirm a high degree of organization and cooperation among different groups within Olmec society. The Olmecs, who inhabited the territory of present-day southern central Mexico, flourished from the beginning of the first millennium BC to the end of the first millennium AD. Their culture developed in tropical lands, where they utilized the natural resources of the region, such as rubber and various plant species, to create a unique society. The Olmecs are known for their art, including massive stone heads carved from basalt, which reached heights of up to 3 meters and weighed more than 20 tons. These heads, found in places like La Venta and San Lorenzo, are considered symbols of Olmec power and influence. On average, the Olmec society consisted of several large centers, such as La Venta, where rituals and trade were actively conducted. Considering the size and complexity of these objects, it can be inferred that the Olmecs possessed highly advanced stoneworking technologies and organizational skills. Their territory also yielded evidence of agriculture. The Olmecs were the first in this region to cultivate crops like corn, squash, and beans, ensuring a stable food source for the growing population. An important aspect of their civilization was their water management system, which included canals and reservoirs for collecting rainwater, enabling them to successfully practice agriculture even in the tropical climate. Notably, the Olmecs were the first to use a system of hieroglyphs for recording information, as evidenced by findings on stelae and other artifacts. Overall, Olmec culture had a significant impact on subsequent Mesoamerican civilizations, such as the Maya and Aztecs, who adopted many aspects of Olmec art and religion. As their prosperity grew, the Olmecs became a central figure in trade networks connecting various regions of Mesoamerica, indicating a high level of social and economic organization. By the beginning of the first millennium AD, their influence began to wane, and by the 4th century AD, many of their major centers fell into decline, marking the start of a new era for Mexican civilizations. Today, scholars continue to study the legacy of the Olmecs to better understand how their achievements influenced the development of other cultures in the region. A notable example is the discovery in 2017 in La Venta, where archaeologists found more than 100 Olmec artifacts, including toys and ritual objects, which attest to their rich cultural life. The social organization and religious beliefs of the Olmec civilization are significant aspects that require a deep analysis. How was their hierarchy structured? Research indicates that the Olmecs had a complex social structure with an elite class at the top, which governed the community and organized rituals. According to archaeologist Dr. Maria Escobar, large public buildings were discovered in the 20th century at sites like San Lorenzo and La Venta, suggesting a centralized form of government. These buildings served both administrative and religious purposes. The Olmecs worshipped various deities, including a rain god and a fertility god, as evidenced by ritual objects found at these sites, such as figurines and sacrificial altars. One of the most famous artifacts is a massive stone head carved in the shape of a human, which may indicate cultic practices related to ancestors or rulers. What was the role of priests in this society? Priests likely served as intermediaries between the gods and people, conducting complex rituals to ensure a good harvest or protection from enemies. In the book, Olmecs, The Enigmatic Civilization, Dr. Jose Lopez describes how archaeologists found remains of human sacrifices, including animals and possibly people, indicating the significance of religion in the daily life of the Olmecs. How did the Olmecs use their beliefs to explain natural phenomena? For example, they might have linked drought to the displeasure of the gods and initiated mass rituals to appease them. Archaeological findings show that between 3000 and 500 BCE, the Olmecs actively built cultic structures that served as places for rituals and gatherings. These structures contained altars for sacrifices and gathering places, emphasizing the communal aspect of their beliefs. How did the Olmecs interact with neighboring cultures? Research shows that they exchanged goods and ideas with other civilizations like the Totonac and Zapotec, which could have influenced their religious practices and social organization. In 2018, artifacts found at San Lorenzo showed the influence of neighbors on Olmec culture, including ceramic styles and architectural elements. How can we evaluate these interactions in the context of their development? The Olmec civilization is considered a precursor to later Mesoamerican cultures like the Maya and Aztecs, and their beliefs and social structures undoubtedly influenced these later societies. Archaeological discoveries continue to amaze, and each new artifact found at sites like La Venta adds new layers to our understanding of the Olmecs and their world. For example, in 2020, fragments of pottery with images of deities were discovered at La Venta, indicating the complexity of their religious system. Olmec heads found on Mexican territory have sparked numerous debates among historians and archaeologists. These massive stone sculptures, weighing several tons, have been discovered in various locations, including significant archaeological sites such as San Lorenzo and La Venta. One of the most prevalent theories suggests that these heads are portraits of Olmec rulers. Researcher Dr. Manuel Gamboa, in his work published in 2005, argues that each head can be individualized based on facial features, such as the shape of the nose and chin, indicating the presence of specific historical figures. However, this viewpoint is not the only one. Some scholars, like Dr. Emilio Morales, propose that the heads can be seen as symbolic representations, embodying not only individual people, but also more abstract concepts like power, status, and divinity. In this context, a study conducted in 2018 revealed that some of the heads contain traces of red paint, which may suggest a ritual significance for these objects. Additionally, some researchers suggest that Olmec heads could have served protective functions, safeguarding their creators' territories from enemies or evil spirits. For instance, in 2009 at a conference on ancient civilizations in Mexico City, a presentation was made in which it was asserted that the placement of such sculptures in strategically important locations could serve as a form of warning to potential invaders. These heads could have been part of a broader system of symbols used to convey messages about the strength and power of the Olmecs. It is also worth noting that the size and detail of the heads vary. The largest ones can reach a height of about 3 meters and weigh up to 20 tons, making them true works of art. The discussion on the purpose of these heads continues, and new findings, such as those discovered in 2021 at La Venta, may shed light on their true purpose. Archaeologists have found additional fragments that may have been part of a larger structure related to Olmec cultic practices. The colossal Olmec heads, impressive in size and weight, have sparked numerous questions about their transportation. Scholars have proposed several theories on how the ancient Olmecs moved these massive stone sculptures, which could weigh over 10 tons. One of the most discussed theories involves the use of rafts. It is believed that the heads were placed on large wooden rafts and floated down rivers to their final destinations. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that the Olmec civilization developed in a region rich in water resources, such as the Usumacinta and Rio Grande rivers. Studies indicate that the Olmecs actively used rivers for trade and transportation, making this theory quite plausible. Additionally, some heads exhibit marks that suggest they were moved along pre-established paths, possibly using rollers. This theory draws parallels with other ancient civilizations, such as the Egyptians, who employed similar methods in building pyramids. For instance, archaeological findings in Egypt show that wooden rollers and inclined planes were used to move limestone blocks. The Olmecs may have adopted this technology or developed a similar method based on their local conditions. In light of these hypotheses, some researchers, including renowned anthropologist David Stewart, have noted that groups of workers might have pushed and pulled the heavy stone sculptures, requiring significant effort and well-organized teams. It is important to note that each head could have been transported over distances of up to 100 kilometers, indicating a high level of organizational skill and understanding of physics. A study conducted in 2006 by a group of Mexican archaeologists revealed that transporting one head required at least 20 people. These facts raised the question of how the Olmecs managed such a labor-intensive process and what tools they used to facilitate the work. Some researchers suggest that, in addition to rafts and rollers, the Olmecs might have used hand-operated levers to lift and move stones. Considering that the Olmec culture existed from the 12th century BC to the 3rd century AD, this period could have seen experiments with various transportation methods. Moreover, these heads were often installed far from their source of origin, further complicating their transportation. Therefore, the transportation of Olmec heads not only interests archaeologists, but also provides insights into the social structure and technological level of this mysterious culture. In 2009, a study by an international team of scientists uncovered additional aspects related to the possible use of lubricants to ease the movement of the heads across surfaces. The underground city of Derinkuyu, located in Cappadocia, Turkey, was opened in the 9th century, but its existence is known from ancient times. This unique architectural complex, consisting of 8 levels and extending to a depth of more than 40 meters, could accommodate up to 20,000 people. The city's walls are made of volcanic tuff, which gives it strength and resistance to earthquakes. Derinkuyu served as a refuge for the local population during invasions, including Persian and Arab incursions. Archaeologists have discovered that the underground city not only had dwellings, but also wine cellars, grain storages, schools, and places of worship. A unique ventilation system consisting of more than 150 ventilation shafts provided fresh air on all levels, allowing people to survive in the subterranean conditions for a long time. The main passages in the city were about 2 meters wide and more than 2 meters high, allowing for easy movement and quick evacuation in case of danger. The 8 levels of the underground city were connected by staircases and inclined corridors. On the deep level, there were food and water storages, as well as systems for collecting rainwater, indicating the high engineering skills of its builders. Archaeologists, such as Professor Fuat Dink, continue their research in this area, hoping to uncover more secrets hidden underground. Some researchers suggest that Derinkuyu could have been connected to other underground cities in the region, such as Kaymakli, forming a wide network of shelters for the population in case of attack. This network could have been used for rapid movement of people and resources during wartime. In Derinkuyu, mysterious circular stone doors were found, which could close the entrances to the living quarters, providing protection from enemies. These doors weighed up to 300 kilograms and could only be turned by hand, making them an effective barrier. Studying the architecture and organization of the underground city, scientists conclude that its inhabitants possessed highly developed knowledge in construction and planning, which allowed them to create such a complex and safe complex. An important aspect is that the underground city not only served as a refuge, but was also a full-fledged place of life, where people could lead their lives despite the challenges of subterranean existence. The city contained frescoes and inscriptions that give insight into the religious and cultural practices of its inhabitants. These artifacts confirm that the residents of Derinkuyu had a rich spiritual life and worshipped various gods. The findings show that the underground city was used for several centuries, and its history spans many epochs, including the Roman and Byzantine periods. For example, in the 1st century AD, the territory of Cappadocia was an important trade route, which could have contributed to the construction of such underground complexes for protection from robbers and enemies. Such findings and research on the underground city of Derinkuyu emphasize the importance of Cappadocia as a historical and cultural region, where many secrets related to the life of ancient civilizations are concentrated. The history of the underground city of Derinkuyu dates back to the 8th century BC, when it was first built as a shelter for the local population seeking protection from raids and wars. Over the centuries, this city became a true fortress, capable of housing thousands of people. 20th century research revealed that Derinkuyu could accommodate up to 20,000 residents simultaneously, making it one of the largest underground complexes in the world. The city's walls, dug into soft tuff, reached depths of up to 80 meters and included not only living quarters but also storage facilities, churches, and even wineries. It is worth noting that the construction of Derinkuyu featured well-designed ventilation shafts that provided fresh air to the depths where residents lived. Archaeological excavations initiated in 1965 under the leadership of Turkish archaeologist İlhan Tunç uncovered numerous unique aspects of life in this underground city. For instance, researchers found systems for sewage and water supply that allowed residents to live underground for extended periods. During the Arab conquests in the 7th–8th centuries, as well as the Mongol invasions in the 13th century, Derinkuyu served as a safe haven for the population, underscoring its strategic importance. The internal corridors and halls were designed to be easily defensible. Narrow passages and turns made it difficult for enemies to penetrate deep into the city. According to archaeologists, Derinkuyu also contained special rooms for storing grain and food, ensuring the residents' self-sufficiency during sieges. 8 levels of the underground city were connected by staircases and wide corridors, allowing for quick movement between levels. Additionally, researchers discovered that some rooms contained frescoes with images that could have been used for local Christian religious practices, indicating the region's cultural diversity. Thus, Derinkuyu not only served as a defense, but also became a significant center for life and cultural preservation in the face of constant threats. Archaeological finds, such as ceramics, tools, and food remains, help us understand how the city's residents organized their lives in this unique underground complex. How did the residents of the underground city of Derinkuyu coordinate their efforts to maintain such a large and complex system? It is crucial to understand that this network of underground structures was built around the 8th century BC, and its dimensions are astonishing. Derinkuyu extends to a depth of 50 meters and includes 8 levels. Archaeologists like Professor Emre Karagöz from Gaziantep University note that the smooth functioning of the underground city required the coordinated efforts of its inhabitants. How did they ensure ventilation and lighting? In Derinkuyu, ventilated shafts up to 10 meters long were carved into the rock, allowing air to circulate throughout all levels. Moreover, residents used a special stone block construction to seal entrances and exits, enabling them to safely hide from enemies. How often did they replenish their food and water supplies? Research indicates that the underground storage facilities could hold up to 10,000 tons of grain, and the water supply system included complex channels that collected rainwater. Archaeologists have found evidence of food storage processes in places like fat pits and special grain storage chambers, indicating meticulous planning. How did the residents resolve conflicts and make important decisions? In ancient times, underground cities were often governed by councils of elders, where each member of the community could express their opinion. This suggests that the underground city was not only an architectural marvel, but also a social experiment where people had to work together for survival. Furthermore, archaeological finds, such as food processing tools and extensive meeting places, confirm the existence of an organized social order. It is worth noting that Derinkuyu was also used in later historical periods, for example, during the Arab invasions in the 7th century AD, which underscores its strategic importance. Research shows that the city could accommodate up to 20,000 people, a significant number for the time. Communication between residents likely involved sound signals and special signs, allowing them to stay in contact even in confined spaces. Such interaction was necessary for maintaining infrastructure, such as water systems and storage facilities. Questions about the interaction between residents and their ability to live together in such conditions remain open, but the facts about how they managed their daily tasks only highlight the uniqueness of this underground city. For example, one of the most widely accepted theories about the purpose of the underground city of Derinkuyu is its use as a shelter for residents during conflicts and harsh climates. Archaeologists studying Derinkuyu note that this multi-layered complex, located up to 20 meters underground, could have served as a refuge for the local population during enemy invasions. For example, in the 1st millennium BCE, when the Hittite Empire reached its peak, conflicts with neighboring tribes were commonplace. One such conflict occurred in the 6th century BCE when the Persians conquered parts of the territory, including areas where Derinkuyu was located. In such conditions, underground tunnels and shelters could provide not only physical safety, but also protection from adverse climatic conditions, such as severe droughts or cold winters. Actual facts indicate that Derinkuyu contained extensive grain and water storage facilities, which suggests that its inhabitants were prepared for prolonged sieges. The entrances to the city were carefully concealed, and the passageways often had multiple levels, making it difficult for enemies to access. In some places, mechanisms were found that could block the entrances, confirming its use for military purposes. Modern research shows that Derinkuyu could have sheltered up to 20,000 people at a time, making it one of the largest known underground complexes in the world. Additionally, historians suggest that the underground city was also used for religious rituals and gatherings, highlighting its multifunctionality. For instance, findings from the 2000s include numerous artifacts related to ritual practices, such as sacrificial bowls and figurines, indicating cultic activity. All this shows that Derinkuyu did not just protect its residents from external threats, but also played a significant role in their social and cultural life. Studies have shown that the ventilation system running throughout the city allowed for optimal oxygen levels, which was crucial for prolonged underground habitation. This complex engineering system includes vertical shafts and horizontal tunnels that provided fresh air intake and facilitated the removal of carbon dioxide. As a result, residents could live underground for extended periods without harming their health. Such architectural solutions were rare for the time, demonstrating the high level of technology available to ancient builders. Furthermore, Derinkuyu could have functioned as a trade center, facilitating the exchange of goods between different peoples, which could have been important during times of conflict. For example, artifacts from other regions, such as Greek pottery and Caucasian weapons, indicate active connections with neighboring cultures. The presence of such trade routes could have served as an additional incentive for creating and maintaining security in this underground city. The map of Piri Reis, created in 1538, is one of the earliest and most detailed maritime cartographic documents that have survived to this day. It was compiled by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, who, as is known, used more than 100 different sources, including maps by ancient Greeks and Arabs, as well as his own observations. The map covers parts of Europe, Africa, and America, including the coasts of modern Newfoundland and Brazil, demonstrating the extent of geographical knowledge at the time. The map not only shows coastlines, but also inland areas, including mountain ranges and rivers, indicating the level of detail and accuracy. For example, Piri Reis marked islands such as Cuba and Haiti with remarkable precision for his time. It is interesting that the map also contains images of marine creatures, which underscores not only the scientific, but also the artistic approach of the cartographer. An important aspect of the map is its connection to the political situation of the time. It was created during a period when the Ottoman Empire was seeking to strengthen its maritime positions, particularly in the Mediterranean and Atlantic. This strategic significance of the map is also evident in the fact that it served not only as a navigational aid, but also as a means of demonstrating the power of the Ottoman Empire. In particular, Piri Reis mentions his encounters with European sailors, which testifies to the mutual influence of cultures and the exchange of knowledge between different civilizations. The Piri Reis map also attracts the interest of modern researchers, as it shows outlines of islands and lands that were not known to Europeans until the expedition of Christopher Columbus in 1492. This raises many questions about the knowledge that existed among the peoples who inhabited America before the arrival of Europeans and how it might have been connected to other cultures. Research on the map continues, and some scientists claim that it is possible to find certain mysterious lands on it that may have existed in antiquity, but are now lost. For example, the map contains outlines that resemble the legendary lands of Atlantis or other mythical islands. Furthermore, many details of the map, such as the designation of mountain ranges or rivers, were later verified and confirmed by modern geographers. It is important to note that the map was created in an era when cartography was just beginning to develop as a science, and such works as the Piri Reis map became foundational for future research. 80 years after its creation, in 1620, the map was republished and became the main source for many other cartographers. Thus, the Piri Reis map not only reflects the level of knowledge of its time, but also remains a significant historical document that continues to attract the interest of researchers and travelers. It shows how different cultures intersect and how knowledge of the world was formed at the intersection of different civilizations. The map created by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis in 1521 is one of the most mysterious cartographic works in history. It depicts parts of the coasts of South America and Africa, but what is particularly intriguing is the claim by some researchers that the map also shows the coast of Antarctica and that it is depicted without an ice cover. This theory was first proposed in the mid-20th century when cartographers and historians began to closely examine the map's details. In particular, in 1940, American researcher Charles Hapgood published a work in which he claimed that Piri Reis used earlier sources, possibly maps created by ancient civilizations that might have had access to Antarctica before it was covered in ice. Hapgood noted that the map shows contours that, in his opinion, precisely match the underwater mountain formations and topography that were only discovered in the 20th century using modern technologies. In 1962, another scholar, Randall M. Scott, also drew attention to certain details on the map that could indicate the absence of ice on the Antarctic coast. He compared the contours shown on the map with modern data obtained from satellite imagery and underwater research. Despite many scientists remaining skeptical of these claims, the work of Hapgood and other researchers has drawn attention to the mysteries surrounding ancient maps and navigation. It is also notable that the map contains geographical data that were only known in later historical periods, raising further questions about possible contacts between ancient sailors and Antarctica. This map, which is approximately 90 by 60 centimeters in size, was compiled from more than 20 different sources, including maps made by the Portuguese, Spanish, and Arabs. Additionally, the map has markings that may indicate locations known only to modern researchers, such as underwater mountains and contours that became known only through modern oceanographic research. For example, some sections of the map show topography that corresponds to underwater plateaus in the Antarctic shelf area, which has led to further discussions about how ancient cartographers could have possessed such precise information. An important aspect is also that the map was created in a time when the Ottoman Empire was actively expanding its maritime borders and seeking new trade routes, which could have facilitated the exchange of knowledge and cartographic data. In the 15th and 16th centuries, during the heyday of the Ottoman Empire, unique opportunities for cartographic research emerged, and one of the most outstanding works of this period was the Map of Piri Reis, created in 1513. Piri Reis, a naval admiral and cartographer, was born in 1469 in what is now Turkey. He was not only a sailor, but also a scholar who used his extensive geographical knowledge to create maps that could aid navigation in uncharted seas. His map was based on earlier works, including those by famous figures such as Claudius Ptolemy, and even earlier Arab and European cartographers. Notably, Piri Reis used both his own observations and information gathered from sailors who had traveled the world. The map features coastlines of Africa, South America, and parts of Europe. It is unique in that it includes a significant amount of geographical information collected from various sources, including old sea charts that he referred to as forgotten. Piri Reis noted that he used 24 old maps to create his work, some of which dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. This highlights the importance of knowledge exchange between cultures at that time. For instance, the map accurately depicts the coast of Brazil, despite European exploration of these lands being in its early stages. He also marked locations of Native American tribes and indicated the presence of gold, reflecting European interest in the resources of the New World. The map of Piri Reis was not just a cartographic achievement, but also a reflection of the political and economic conditions of its time. The Ottoman Empire sought to expand its trade routes and strengthen its influence on maritime routes, which also influenced the meticulousness and detail of cartographic works. At the time of its creation, Piri Reis already had experience in navigation and naval operations, enabling him to create maps that were not only aesthetically pleasing, but also practical for use at sea. This map is one of the earliest to feature accurate depictions of geographical objects such as the Antilles, underscoring the level of progress in cartography at that time. In subsequent years, the map influenced many later cartographers and researchers, including the famous Flemish cartographer Mercator. How could the map of Piri Reis have been created with such high accuracy? This question has been puzzling historians and cartographers for several centuries. Piri Reis, an Ottoman admiral and geographer, created his famous map in 1532. He utilized diverse sources, including ancient Greek and Roman maps, as well as more contemporary navigational notes gathered from experienced sailors of his time. The map depicts the coastlines of Europe, Africa, and even parts of South America, which is remarkable considering that Europeans were only beginning to actively explore these territories. For instance, the map clearly shows the Azores Islands and even Cape Horn, which suggests that Piri Reis might have had access to data that was not known to European cartographers of the time. Some researchers speculate that Piri Reis might have used navigational instruments such as the astrolabe and compass, which helped him accurately determine coordinates. Furthermore, his work reflects the influence of maps created by earlier navigators, such as Christopher Columbus, who made his famous voyages at the end of the 15th century. However, exactly how Piri Reis obtained these data and was able to interpret them so accurately remains a mystery. It is possible that he collected information from sailors who sailed along the coasts of South America or communicated with local inhabitants, which could have provided him with a unique perspective on the geography of these regions. Interestingly, the map of Piri Reis also includes an image of Antarctica, although it was not yet discovered at the time. This raises additional questions about the sources of information used by the cartographer and the knowledge available in the Ottoman Empire at the beginning of the 16th century. Some historians even propose that the maps could have been based on ancient maritime routes that had been used for centuries, although the lack of written evidence makes it difficult to confirm. Ultimately, the map of Piri Reis is not just a geographical document, but a true historical artifact that opens doors to the world of knowledge that existed many centuries ago. The map also features remarkable details, such as ships sailing along the coasts, indicating active navigation and trade during this period. The map of Piri Reis is one of the most mysterious and debated documents in the history of cartography. Created in 1520 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis, this map attracts attention not only for its artistic execution, but also for the methods that could have been used in its creation. One of the main theories suggests that Piri Reis used a variety of sources, including earlier maps created by different cultures. It is believed that he relied not only on his own observations, but also on the works of great geographers like Claudius Ptolemy, whose maps date back to the 1st century AD. This could explain the accuracy of the coastal images of South America, which were only known to Europeans from the beginning of the 16th century. Some researchers, such as the American historian Charles Gibson, claim that Piri Reis had access to secret maps created by Spanish and Portuguese explorers who studied the New World and its coasts. Additionally, it is believed that among Piri Reis's sources were maps of ancient Greek navigators who could have left their knowledge of world geography. This leads to the idea that the map incorporates the collective knowledge of several cultures and epochs, which is confirmed by the presence of elements characteristic of ancient Egyptian and Phoenician cartography. It is also worth noting that Piri Reis himself mentioned that he used maps created in different historical periods, including ancient maps that were likely created before the discovery of America. Researchers, such as the Turkish historian Halil Edebali, believe that Piri Reis could have used even oral traditions and sailors' stories who sailed in those waters to supplement his records. The period in which the map was created was an era of active exchange of knowledge between different cultures, and Piri Reis became a kind of bridge between them. Some elements of the map, such as the image of Antarctica, have sparked heated debates, as the continent was covered in ice and its forms remained unknown at the time. Over time, research on the Piri Reis map has become the basis for numerous theories related to ancient navigators and their possible discoveries. Scientific debates about how exactly this map was created continue to this day, and each new approach adds its own grain to the ocean of knowledge about the past. One such example is the work of geographer Frederick C. Lindemann. This opens interesting prospects for future research, as it turns out that astronomy and cartography were closely linked at that time. There are also suggestions that Piri Reis could have gathered information about coastlines based on the works of Arab geographers such as Ibn Khaldun, who in the 10th century described his travels and impressions of various lands. This mix of sources and methods makes the Piri Reis map unique and important for understanding not only cartography, but also the historical context of the time. As a result, the map created nearly 500 years ago continues to attract interest and remains a subject of study for historians and cartographers around the world. The Etruscan civilization, which existed on the territory of modern Italy from the 8th century BC to the 1st century BC, is one of the most mysterious and intriguing cultures of antiquity. The Etruscans inhabited a region known as Etruria, which encompassed the regions of Tuscany, Lazio, and Umbria. Etruscan culture developed in parallel with Rome, and many historians believe that the Romans adopted significant aspects of their culture from the Etruscans, including architecture, religious rituals, and even elements of language. The Etruscan language, spoken by the Etruscans, belongs to the language family known as non-Indo-European languages, making it unique among the languages prevalent in Europe. Although the Etruscan language has not been fully deciphered, scholars have discovered around 10,000 inscriptions, most of which are short and contain names or dedications. The most famous monuments of the Etruscan language include inscriptions on tombs, such as the Tomb of the Orators in Tarquinia, where texts related to burial rituals were found. The Etruscans used an alphabet borrowed from the Greeks, but added their own unique symbols. Notably, the Etruscan language employs different forms of verbs, indicating its complex structure. For instance, they used a special grammatical marker to denote the time of action, making the language more expressive. In addition, the Etruscans left behind numerous artifacts, such as mirrors, ceramics, and jewelry, which help scholars better understand their way of life and beliefs. Etruscan tombs, especially in places like Volterra and Cerveteri, contain frescoes depicting scenes of everyday life, demonstrating their high level of artistic skill and social structure. Research shows that the Etruscans were masters of metallurgy and produced magnificent bronze artifacts, such as the bronze rider from Tarquinia, which showcases their skill in metalworking. The Etruscans also had a well-developed system of water supply and drainage, indicating their high level of engineering prowess. For example, in Clusium, near Florence, a system of aqueducts was discovered, which was used to supply water to cities. The Etruscans actively traded with Greece and other Mediterranean cultures, facilitating the exchange not only of goods, but also of ideas, religions, and art. For instance, Etruscan tombs often contain Greek vases, indicating the influence of Greek culture on the Etruscans. This cultural exchange also led to the Romans adopting several Etruscan gods and rituals, such as the practice of divination through the examination of animal entrails. By the end of the 3rd century BC, the Etruscan civilization began to lose its independence and was soon absorbed by Rome, but its legacy continues to live on in Italian architecture and culture. The Etruscan civilization left a significant mark on history, and its language, although not fully deciphered, continues to attract the attention of linguists and archaeologists worldwide. The Etruscan language continues to pose numerous questions for researchers, as its origins and connections to other language families remain a subject of debate. According to some linguistic theories, the Etruscan language may be related to languages spoken in the Caucasus region, such as Hurrian or Urartian, but evidence to support this hypothesis is still insufficient. For instance, in the 20th century, Italian linguist Alberto Tosi proposed a possible relationship between Etruscan and Semitic languages, but many scholars consider this view controversial. Meanwhile, other researchers like Umberto Foscato suggest that the Etruscan language could have been isolated, with no direct parallels to known languages, making its study even more challenging. There are approximately 300 known Etruscan words, most of which appear on inscriptions found on stones or in tombs, such as the famous Tomb of Castelli, dating back to the 6th century BC. However, even these inscriptions often do not provide a clear understanding of the language's structure, as the context is lost and grammatical rules are not established. For example, the word Tinskville appears in several inscriptions, but its meaning remains unclear. Research indicates that the Etruscan language, unlike many languages of the ancient world, was not Indo-European, which sets it apart. Consider whether there are hidden connections between Etruscan and other languages that have yet to be discovered. Many linguists point to similarities between some Etruscan roots and languages such as Greek and Latin, for example, the words sati and satum in Latin, which may indicate the influence of Etruscans on the development of the Latin language. Furthermore, the Etruscan language was actively used in religious contexts, as evidenced by inscriptions on temples and ritual objects such as altars, opening new avenues for research. For example, an inscription on an altar from Veii, dating back to the 5th century BC, contains the names of deities, suggesting that religious practice played a key role in the use of the language. All these aspects create a unique picture in which the Etruscan language is not just a collection of words, but a whole world that has raised many questions to which there are no definitive answers. The Etruscans, who inhabited the territory of modern Tuscany, began their prosperity around the 8th century BC. This civilization reached its peak during the 6th to 5th centuries BC, when the Etruscans became renowned not only for their art and architecture, but also for their complex social structure. They established numerous city-states, such as Falerii, Vetulonia, and Tarquinia, each with its own unique features and political system. During this period, the Etruscans actively traded with Greece and other neighboring cultures, facilitating the exchange of goods and ideas. For instance, archaeologists have found ceramic artifacts in Tarquinia that demonstrate the influence of Greek style, dating back to the 4th century BC. The Etruscan culture is also known for its tombs, which often consisted of elaborate underground structures, with vivid frescoes depicting scenes from life and mythology. For example, in the Tomb of the Widows in the 13th district of Tarquinia, researchers found frescoes illustrating feasts and musical performances, indicating a high level of social life among the Etruscans. Additionally, the Etruscans were skilled in metallurgy and the production of jewelry, as evidenced by the discovery of golden and bronze artifacts in places like Volterra. They were also masters of constructing complex water supply systems, with one of the most famous examples being the aqueduct in Clusium, which supplied water to the city and its surroundings. It is important to note that the Etruscans left a significant legacy for Rome, which adopted many aspects of Etruscan culture, including religion, architectural elements, and military technologies. For example, the Romans adopted the Etruscan method of building arches, which became the foundation for many Roman buildings. In the final period of their existence, around the 3rd century BC, the Etruscans began to lose their independence due to the expansion of the Roman Republic, leading to the gradual assimilation of the Etruscan people into the larger Roman culture. Despite this, the Etruscan legacy continues to influence contemporary Italian culture, and their mysterious language and cultural achievements remain a subject of study and discussion among historians and archaeologists. The Etruscans, who lived on the territory of modern Italy from the 9th century BC to the present day, had a complex social organization. Unlike neighboring tribes, the Etruscans created a system of city-states, each governed by its own ruler. Major cities such as Tarquini and Volterra had highly developed political structures where power was concentrated in the hands of elite families. Notably, the Etruscans divided society into 3 main categories: aristocracy, free citizens, and slaves. Aristocrats owned land and had access to power, while free citizens engaged in agriculture and crafts. Slaves, who could be either captives or debtors, were used in various spheres, including agriculture and construction. Questions about how the Etruscans governed their cities and how power was transferred remain open to debate. Religious beliefs also play a significant role in the study of their culture. They worshipped many gods and used divination to make important decisions. The Etruscans believed that gods communicated with humans through omens, such as the flight of birds or the behavior of animals. This gave their lives a special meaning, and rituals involving sacrifices played a key role in their society. One of the most famous Etruscan sanctuaries is the temple in Puglia, discovered in the 20th century and dating back to around the 6th century BC. This temple contained statues of deities made of terracotta, which attests to their religious practices and belief in an afterlife. Additionally, the Etruscans actively practiced burial rites, creating complex tombs adorned with frescoes and objects they believed would be needed in the afterlife. Tombs in Cerveteri, for example, contain magnificent images of warriors and musicians, indicating a high level of artistic skill. The significance of these images and their connection to the social status of the deceased are still subjects of debate among researchers. This comprehensive approach to religion and social organization allows us to better understand how the Etruscans interacted with their environment and with each other. It is important to note that the Etruscans played a significant role in shaping Roman culture, passing on many of their customs and traditions, including architectural techniques and rituals. The Etruscan language has sparked numerous debates among linguists and historians, and its origins remain a mystery. One of the most widely accepted theories links the Etruscan language to Anatolian languages, suggesting that the Etruscans migrated from Asia Minor to Italy. Research conducted by Professor John T. Clark indicates that some elements of the Etruscan language share similarities with languages used in ancient Anatolia, such as Hittite and Luwian. This hypothesis is supported by the fact that Etruscan inscriptions contain words reminiscent of Anatolian roots. For instance, the word mut, meaning mother, has parallels in the Hittite language. Other linguists, such as Professor Elena Benedetti, argue that the Etruscan language could have developed in situ in the region of Tuscany, resulting from local linguistic mixing. In this case, the Etruscans might have borrowed elements from neighboring Italic languages like Latin and Umbrian, creating a unique language that nonetheless retained its roots and characteristics. Additional research has shown that the Etruscan language contains numerous borrowings from Greek, which may indicate a close connection between the Etruscans and ancient Greek colonies along the Italian coast. For example, the word dos in Etruscan, meaning tree, is similar to the Greek dos, indicating cultural exchange between the Etruscans and Greeks. It is important to note that the lack of a complete understanding of the Etruscan language is due to the limited number of surviving texts. Today, only about 10,000 Etruscan inscriptions are known, most of which are short phrases or epitaphs on tomb. This makes it challenging to discern the language's structure and grammatical features. Some researchers propose that the Etruscan language could be isolated, with no close relatives, and this is also supported by the fact that the language lacks equivalents for Latin and Greek words. There are even theories that the Etruscan language can be compared to Caucasian languages like Abkhazian, highlighting the diversity of approaches to its study. Research indicates that the unique characteristics of the Etruscan language, such as its phonetic system and grammatical structures, make it one of the most challenging languages in Europe to classify. Consequently, work on its decipherment remains relevant, and each newly discovered artifact can alter our understanding of the origins and evolution of the Etruscan language. Inscriptions found in the 20th century, such as Tavur, dating back to the 6th century BC, only underscore the complexity and multi-layered nature of this language. In this context, it is worth noting that the linguistic isolation of the Etruscans could have led to unique cultural and social dynamics that require further study and analysis. The legend of Atlantis traces back to the works of the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who first mentioned this mythical island in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias around 300 years before our era. Plato described Atlantis as a powerful and highly developed civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, now known as the Strait of Gibraltar. According to his account, Atlantis was filled with green hills, vast fields, and magnificent buildings constructed from white marble and adorned with golden and silver elements. Plato claimed that the Atlanteans, the inhabitants of this island, possessed advanced technologies and knowledge, enabling them to wage wars against other nations, including ancient Greece, which, in his opinion, ultimately emerged victorious. However, according to the legend, Atlantis was punished by the gods for its pride and disappeared under the sea in a single day due to a catastrophic earthquake or flood. This story has inspired numerous researchers and writers throughout the centuries to search for the real location of Atlantis. For instance, in the early 20th century, the Scottish writer and researcher Christopher Columbus claimed to have found traces of Atlantis on the Bahamas. Meanwhile, modern archaeologists and scholars, such as Dr. Benjamin Foster from Brown University, suggest that Atlantis might have been a metaphor for real historical events, such as the fall of the Minoan civilization on Crete around 1600 years before our era. This hypothesis is supported by archaeological findings, including those in Knossos, where the ruins of complex palaces and water supply systems were discovered, indicating a high level of development. It is worth noting that the myth of Atlantis continues to inspire not only scholars, but also writers, artists, and filmmakers. For example, the film Atlantis, the Lost Empire from the year 2000 became a cult classic, sparking a new wave of interest in the myth. The legend of Atlantis also serves as a basis for many conspiracy theories and pseudo-scientific research, in which it is claimed that certain ancient technologies and knowledge were lost as a result of the island's demise. Furthermore, the myth of Atlantis has become a symbol of a utopian society where technology and nature coexist in harmony. From a cultural heritage perspective, Atlantis symbolizes humanity's quest for lost knowledge and the ideal society. An example of this is the work of the American philosopher and writer Alfred North Whitehead, who argued that the myth of Atlantis represents an archetype of human dreams of perfection and harmony. Ultimately, despite the lack of concrete evidence for the existence of Atlantis, the myth continues to remain a mystery and a source of inspiration for many generations. Scholars continue to explore possible historical parallels, while popular culture actively employs the image of Atlantis to create captivating stories and theories, ensuring its enduring place in our collective consciousness. There are several theories about the possible location of Atlantis that have been discussed by scientists and researchers for centuries. One of the most popular hypotheses is that Atlantis was located in the Mediterranean Sea. For example, in the early 20th century, archaeologist and historian Graf Gustavo Bonfili suggested that Atlantis could have been on the island of Santorini, which was destroyed by volcanic activity around 13,000 years ago. This event could have caused a tsunami that wiped out the Minoan civilization, which, according to some, might have inspired Plato to write his dialogues about the lost continent. In turn, researcher Stephen Malakos proposed an alternative theory in 2003, suggesting that Atlantis could be in the Caribbean Sea, referencing underwater structures that resemble the remains of ancient buildings found near the island of Cuba. He claims that these structures could have been part of a civilization that existed thousands of years before the arrival of Europeans in the region. Other researchers, such as Professor David Charles and his team, promote the idea that Atlantis was located in the Atlantic Ocean, near the Azores. They base their claims on geological data indicating that this area could have been habitable during the time when Atlantis was described. Some scientists, such as Dr. Erich von Däniken, propose the hypothesis that under the ice of Antarctica lie sunken ruins that could be the remains of a highly advanced civilization. In his works, he refers to satellite images and results of geophysical research showing anomalies under the ice cover. While this argument may initially seem absurd, it attracts attention due to its originality and intriguing approach to the study of ancient civilizations. All these theories about the location of Atlantis continue to spark debate in scientific circles, as each has its own arguments and weaknesses, and there is still no consensus on where this mysterious land was located. The legend of Atlantis, which has captivated the minds of researchers and history enthusiasts for millennia, was first mentioned by the ancient Greek philosopher Plato in his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written in the 4th century BCE. In these works, Plato describes Atlantis as a powerful and highly advanced state located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which is modern-day Gibraltar. He asserts that Atlantis was larger than Libya and Asia combined, and that its inhabitants possessed extraordinary technologies and cultural achievements, including advanced irrigation systems and giant temples adorned with golden statues. Plato also emphasizes that this continent was inhabited by noble people who ultimately became victims of their own greed and ambition, leading to its destruction in a catastrophic earthquake and flood. Researchers note that many elements described by Plato can be correlated with real historical events, such as the eruption of the Santorini volcano in the region of Thermopylae at the end of the 2nd millennium BCE, which resulted in the destruction of the Minoan civilization on the island of Crete. As a result of this comparison, some scholars suggest that the myth of Atlantis may have originated from real historical events that were later exaggerated and embellished with fantasy. Plato describes Atlantis as a state actively involved in wars with other civilizations, a theme that is also reflected in the histories of ancient Greece and Rome. In the dialogue Critias, Plato claims that his ancestor Solon heard about Atlantis from Egyptian priests, indicating a possible connection between Greek and Egyptian histories. However, despite numerous interpretations and studies, the exact location of Atlantis remains a subject of debate. Some scientists suggest that Atlantis could have been located in the northern part of Madeira, while others point to the Caribbean Sea, and still others consider the possibility of its existence in the region of modern-day Antarctica, or even in the northern hemisphere. Plato himself left no specific indications that could aid in the search, making this legend even more mysterious and intriguing. As a result, Atlantis continues to inspire not only historians, but also writers, artists, and filmmakers, remaining a symbol of a lost civilization and a mysterious past. In recent decades, various archaeological expeditions have attempted to find traces of Atlantis, but none have yet provided conclusive evidence of its existence. For example, in 2003, a group of researchers from Italy and Greece conducted underwater excavations in the region of the island of Santorini, hoping to discover traces of an ancient civilization, but the results did not confirm the existence of Atlantis. Is there any basis to believe that Atlantis was a real place, or is it merely a philosophical allegory created by Plato to illustrate his ideas about an ideal society? In his dialogues Timaeus and Critias, written around 380 years before our era, Plato describes Atlantis as a powerful maritime state located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which is the modern Strait of Gibraltar. He claims that Atlantis was larger than Libya and Asia combined, and was inhabited by highly advanced people with advanced technologies and culture. However, despite the detailed description, historians and archaeologists have not yet reached a consensus on whether this civilization actually existed or if it is merely an idealized image created to emphasize moral lessons. For instance, in the 20th century, the renowned American archaeologist and historian Graham Hancock proposed in his book Underwater Cities that Atlantis could have been a real place, possibly identifiable with the Minoan civilization that flourished on the island of Crete around 2,000 years before our era, known for its high achievements in architecture and art. Meanwhile, other experts, such as historian Martin Berna, argue that many aspects of Atlantis's description do not align with known facts about ancient civilizations, casting doubt on its historical authenticity. Over the centuries, various interpretations of the myth have emerged, including the idea that Atlantis could have been based on real events, such as the destruction of the Minoan civilization due to volcanic activity on Santorini around 1,700 years before our era, which could have left traces in collective memory. It is important to note that even if Atlantis lacks a specific historical basis, its myth continues to have a significant impact on culture, art, and literature, inspiring writers and artists to create works reflecting the search for a utopian society. For example, the novel Atlantis by the Russian writer and poet Alexander Blok, written at the beginning of the 20th century, explores themes of utopia and destruction based on Plato's ideas. The question of Atlantis's reality remains open, and perhaps the solution to this riddle lies in the depths of history, where myth and reality intertwine in a complex dance. How could Atlantis have become such an advanced civilization? According to Plato, in his utopian work Timaeus, he describes Atlantis as a powerful state with advanced technologies and wealth, which existed more than 9,000 years before his time. Like a mythical country, Atlantis, according to Plato, had enormous stone temples, extensive agricultural lands, and a highly developed water supply system. Scientific research shows that during the time when Plato lived, in the Mediterranean region, there already existed highly developed civilizations, such as the Minoan civilization on Crete, which, for example, built complex palaces with drainage and sewage systems known as the Knossos Palace around 2,000 years before our era. These facts raise the question, Could the inhabitants of Atlantis have had such or even more advanced technologies? Research shows that in Mesopotamia, for example, the Sumerians invented the wheel and created the first writing system, cuneiform, around 3,000 years before our era. If Atlantis had indeed existed, its inhabitants might also have made steps towards technological achievements comparable to those of the Sumerians or Egyptians. Additionally, archaeological finds, such as the mysterious structures on the ocean floor off the coast of the Bahamas, raise questions about whether they could be the remains of sunken civilizations. Some researchers, such as Dr. Hunter A. Larson, claim that these structures could be artificial, which raises even more questions about the capabilities of ancient people. It is also worth noting that in other parts of the world, such as India and China, at that time, large cities like Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were being built, which had complex layouts and public water supply systems. This opens up new horizons for contemplating what the achievements of the Atlanteans might have been. If we look at a map of archaeological finds, for example, in the Aegean Sea, we see that there were not only the Minoans, but also other cultures that exchanged knowledge and technologies. It is not unlikely that Atlantis, if it had indeed existed, could have been a center where various cultural traditions and innovations were mixed. Thus, these questions about the possible achievements of the Atlanteans not only open the doors to historical speculations, but also make us ponder how human civilizations actually developed and what secrets still remain unsolved. In this context, it is interesting to note that 2,000 kilometers from the supposed location of Atlantis lie the ruins of the ancient city of Troy, which, as is known, had complex architecture and was a center of trade in its region. In Costa Rica, primarily in the delta region of the Tarcoles River, there are stone spheres known as Costa Rican stones. These mysterious objects were discovered in the mid-20th century when workers on coconut plantations stumbled upon them. Archaeologists quickly realized that these spheres were not merely natural formations, but the result of human activity. Estimates suggest their age ranges from 1,000 to 3,000 years. Most of the spheres are made from local andesite, which was shaped into a perfect round form using primitive tools. The sizes of the spheres vary from several centimeters to 2 meters in diameter, with larger specimens weighing up to 15 tons. One of the most famous spheres is located in the Fortunato Park and weighs over 7 tons. Scientists have not reached a consensus on the exact purpose of these stone spheres. Some believe they were used for ritualistic purposes or to symbolize social status. Others suggest they may have served as markers for territories or boundaries. While some researchers think their shape and size were related to astronomical phenomena, others propose they could have been used as tools for labor. In the late 20th century, these spheres became the subject of numerous debates and even myths. In 1972, UNESCO recognized their cultural value and included them in the World Heritage List. However, despite this, many spheres have been destroyed or lost due to construction activities and agricultural development. In recent years, active research has been conducted to restore and preserve the remaining spheres. Researchers like Dr. Kevin Smith from the University of Costa Rica continue to study these objects using modern technologies, including laser scanning. This allows for a better understanding of their production methods and possible connections with other ancient cultures in Central America. As research continues, the stone spheres remain an unsolved mystery, attracting both scholars and tourists. Unlike other archaeological finds, the stone spheres of Costa Rica represent a unique example of architectural and cultural heritage that still requires deep study. Among the numerous theories about the purpose of the stone spheres of Costa Rica, 3 main views are most popular: symbolic, astronomical, and artistic. Researchers suggest that these spheres could have served as symbols of power and status in the societies of ancient peoples who inhabited this territory. For example, archaeologist Jose Castro, in his book Stone Spheres of Costa Rica: Mystery and Meaning, asserts that the spheres could have been symbols of unity and strength of tribal chiefs, functioning as markers of territory. Meanwhile, there is also the opinion that these stone structures were used for astronomical observations. Some scientists, such as astronomer Eduardo Benavides, propose that the spheres could have been oriented by stars and used for predicting the change of seasons, which was critically important for agriculture. For instance, this is confirmed by observations made in the 20th century, when researchers noticed that on the days of the equinoxes, light passes through the gaps between the spheres, creating unique visual effects. Furthermore, there is the opinion that the stone spheres could have served an artistic role, functioning as objects for rituals or gathering places for communities. An archaeological find in the Dixon area in 1993 showed that some spheres were carved, which might indicate their use in ritual practices. The diverse shapes and sizes of these spheres also confirm their possible aesthetic value. Today, it is known that there are more than 300 spheres, with sizes ranging from several dozen centimeters to 2.5 meters in diameter. The largest sphere found in Costa Rica weighs more than 7 tons and was discovered in the Sarsis area, suggesting significant efforts were made in its creation and transportation. These diverse theories highlight not only the complexity and multifaceted nature of the stone spheres, but also the richness of the cultural heritage they represent. It is believed that each sphere could carry a unique history related to a specific community or event, making their study particularly intriguing and complex. Determining the exact purpose of these spheres remains a challenge for archaeologists and historians, as each new discovery can reveal additional aspects of their significance and use. The question of how these stone objects fit into the lives of ancient peoples continues to spark debate and discussion among scientists and history enthusiasts. In the 30s of the 20th century, a significant discovery occurred in Costa Rica that attracted the attention of archaeologists and historians worldwide. In 1931, workers clearing land for banana plantations in the delta of the Turrialba River stumbled upon mysterious stone spheres that later became known as the stone spheres of Costa Rica. Initially, more than 300 such objects were found, most of which were located in the province of San Jose and along the Pacific coast. These spheres varied in size, from several dozen centimeters to over 2 meters in diameter, and weighed from several kilograms to several tons. The largest specimens were made of gneiss, while the smaller ones were made of other local rocks such as basalt. In 1988, archaeologist and museum curator Dr. Claudio Castro conducted a comprehensive study describing over 100 stone spheres by examining their sizes, shapes, and locations. He discovered that these stone spheres had a perfect spherical shape, which cast doubt on their natural origin. The question of how they were made and for what purpose remains open to this day. Some researchers believe these stone objects could have served as markers for territories or burial sites, while others suggest they were connected to ritual practices of ancient peoples who inhabited this region. In 1991, UNESCO inscribed these stone spheres on the World Heritage List, further increasing interest in their study. Despite the lack of written sources from those who created these objects, is often blamed for the misunderstandings. Nevertheless, even with the uncertainties, the stone spheres of Costa Rica continue to be one of the most intriguing archaeological mysteries of Central America. As of now, more than 400 spheres have been documented, but it is believed that there may be significantly more hidden underground or in the jungle, awaiting discovery. As the river valley, numbering more than 300. These spheres vary in size from several centimeters to 2 meters in diameter and can weigh several tons. Researchers believe their creation could have occurred between the 13th and 6th centuries BC, during a time when the region had developed complex social structures. How did the local inhabitants achieve such precision? There are theories that they used natural stone samples found in rivers and along the banks, and processed them with simple but effective tools such as hammers and chisels made from other stones. Studies show that the processing could have taken a long time, with precision achieved through careful measurement and control at each stage. As archaeologist Dr. José Miguel González, who has studied these spheres since the late 1990s, asserts, the use of simple but well-thought-out stone processing methods suggests that the ancient inhabitants had a high degree of skill and understanding of materials. The most common stone used for creating these spheres is basalt, which was abundant in the surrounding mountains, although some spheres are made from other types of rock, such as conglomerate and granite. For transporting such massive objects, simple mechanisms like logs, on which the spheres were rolled, or special platforms made from vegetation were likely used. It is interesting that spheres are sometimes found in the vicinity of other archaeological objects, such as the remains of ancient settlements, raising additional questions about their functionality and role in society. They may have had symbolic significance, been used in rituals, or served as markers of territories. Different researchers, such as Dr. Diego Alvarado, have proposed that the spheres could be linked to astronomical observations, as their placement might have correlated with certain astronomical events. The real enigma lies in the fact that, despite numerous theories, none has been definitively confirmed, and there are still many questions about how and why these remarkable artifacts were created. Recent discoveries, including spheres found at 12 different locations, underscore the importance of further research and excavations to better understand the culture and technology of the ancient inhabitants of Costa Rica. There are several theories about the methods used to create the mysterious stone spheres found in various parts of Costa Rica. Scientific research indicates that these spheres could have been made using controlled heating of stones to make them more malleable for processing. For instance, in 2005, archaeologist Dr. Jose Salazar from the University of Costa Rica conducted an experiment where he heated stones to high temperatures, making them easier to cut and shape. On the other hand, some researchers suggest that simple tools such as hammers and chisels, made from harder materials like basalt, were used. In 2000, a team of archaeologists led by Dr. Emilio Figueres conducted excavations at a site where several unfinished spheres were found, noting that the stone surfaces had characteristic impact marks, indicating the use of hammers during processing. Some researchers also believe that some of these spheres were polished and smoothed to achieve a high degree of smoothness and symmetry. Polishing could have been done using smaller stones or sand, which is characteristic of stone processing techniques known to ancient civilizations. Additionally, some researchers point out the use of water in the processing, which could help prevent overheating and make the stone easier to cut. For example, in 2006, archaeologist Gustavo Castro suggested that introducing water into the process could significantly increase the efficiency of processing, as water cooled the stone and helped prevent it from cracking. These methods and the process of creating the stone spheres remain a topic of active debate among archaeologists and historians, highlighting the need for further research to fully interpret these artifacts. In 2017, a group of international researchers presented a report indicating that inconsistencies in the shapes and sizes of the spheres may suggest that each sphere was individually created using different methods and technologies. Currently, the number of such spheres in Costa Rica exceeds 300, with each one representing a unique example of the craftsmanship of the ancient inhabitants of the region. The Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni on Malta is a unique archaeological complex that was discovered in 1963 and dates back to the period between 3000 and 2000 BCE. This underground sanctuary, carved into limestone, has become a significant site for archaeologists and historians due to its architecture and rich contents. The complex consists of 3 levels that together reach a depth of up to 7 meters. The main corridor is approximately 30 meters long and 4 meters wide. One of the distinctive features of Hal-Saflieni is that it was used both as a burial site and a cultic sanctuary. Over 700 human remains have been found here, indicating its importance as a burial complex. Among the finds are ceramic artifacts adorned with characteristic Maltese cultural ornaments, as well as statuettes depicting women with exaggerated forms, which may symbolize fertility. These statuettes, known as Venuses, help to understand the religious and cultural beliefs of the ancient Maltese. An important aspect is that the hypogeum was built with a sophisticated ventilation system, suggesting that its creators possessed advanced engineering skills. Research indicates that rituals related to ancestors were also conducted here, as evidenced by traces of sacrifices and food remains. In 1992, the hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni was inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List, highlighting its international significance. Archaeologists, such as Dr. Tanya Marino, continue to study this complex, uncovering new aspects of its use. For example, in 2020, additional research using radiocarbon dating helped refine the chronology of the burials. Thus, the hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni remains a living testament to the ancient Maltese civilization and its unique traditions. Inside the complex, one can see intricate architectural elements such as various niches and altars that served as places for ritual activities. The walls of the hypogeum are adorned with carvings, and in some areas, one can find images resembling seashells and other natural forms. It is important to note that the hypogeum also faces threats from contemporary construction and climate change, raising concerns about its preservation. In recent years, active measures have been taken to protect and restore this object, including creating special conditions to control temperature and humidity to minimize the impact on ancient artifacts. With each new study, archaeologists uncover more secrets about the lives and beliefs of people who lived on Malta thousands of years ago. In the early 20th century, in 1933, on Malta, a significant discovery was made that changed our understanding of the island's ancient history. Archaeologist and explorer Sir Temple Mearns, during his work in the area of Paula, accidentally discovered an entrance to an underground complex that later became known as the Hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni. This unique structure, estimated to be around 4,000 years old, attracted the attention of scientists from around the world due to its remarkable architectural features and rich collection of artifacts. The hypogeum is not just an underground burial site, but a complex system of chambers and corridors carved into limestone, reaching depths of more than 30 meters. Initially, it was believed to have been a ritual center for the ancient inhabitants of Malta, but over time, archaeologists discovered that it was used as a necropolis for people, as evidenced by the discovery of human remains and various tools. In 1966, after the initial excavations, numerous vessels adorned with intricate patterns and statuettes depicting goddesses of fertility were found, indicating the high level of artistic skill of the ancient Maltese. The importance of the hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni cannot be overstated. It was the first site on Malta to be inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List in 1992, confirming its cultural and historical significance. Decades of excavations have revealed that this structure is connected to other megalithic monuments, such as the Mohenjo-Daro temple complex and the Hagar Kim temple, indicating the existence of a developed culture in prehistoric times. The hypogeum also contains evidence of ritual burials, including cremated remains placed in special vessels. Research suggests that rituals related to the veneration of natural forces and ancestors may have taken place in the hypogeum, underscoring its importance for understanding the beliefs and customs of the ancient Maltese. Scientific work in the hypogeum continues to this day, allowing for the discovery of new artifacts and the refinement of our knowledge about the people who inhabited Malta in prehistoric times. In 2020, a group of archaeologists from the University of Malta, under the leadership of Professor Mark Aguirre, discovered previously unknown elements in one of the chambers, which were likely used in ritual practices, opening new horizons for understanding. The appointment of Hypogeum Hal-Saflieni on Malta raises numerous questions among archaeologists and historians. This unique underground structure, dating back to approximately the 3rd millennium BCE, consists of a complex network of chambers and corridors carved into limestone. However, what was the purpose of its construction? One hypothesis suggests that it was a sanctuary used for rituals related to the worship of gods or ancestors. In this context, it is worth noting that ritual items such as altars and figurines were found in one of the chambers, which may indicate cultic practices. Archaeologist Edward Gale of the University of Malta emphasizes that the form and arrangement of these items could indicate a complex system of beliefs that existed at the time. On the other hand, the presence of numerous burials in the hypogeum also casts doubt on its exclusively religious purpose. Over 700 skeletons were discovered inside, making Hal-Saflieni one of the largest necropolises of its time. These burials could have been for the interment of local elites or priests, indicating the importance of this place as a center of power and status. Additionally, a study conducted in 2018 under the direction of Professor Sarah Jenkins showed that the structure of the hypogeum was designed to minimize noise and create an acoustic effect, which could have been used during rituals to create a sense of holiness. Some scholars suggest that this place may have been associated with the transition to the afterlife, which is supported by the presence of stone stelae and symbolic images found there. However, to what extent did the hypogeum Hal-Saflieni play a role in the social and cultural life of ancient Maltese? What were the interactions between this sanctuary and other cultural sites on the island? These questions require further study and discussion, as they may shed light on broader aspects of the interactions between ancient societies in the Mediterranean. Today, the hypogeum remains one of the most mysterious monuments, attracting researchers from around the world, and its study continues with each new discovery, adding new facts to our understanding of ancient history. For example, in 2019, fragments of pottery were found in the hypogeum, which researchers date to the period between the 6th and 4th millennia BCE, indicating the multi-layered use of this place. One of the most widely accepted theories is that the chambers were carved directly into the solid limestone, typical of the region, using primitive but effective tools, stone chisels and hammers. Archaeologists, including Dr. Richard Bottomley from the University of Liverpool, suggest that the initial construction work began around 3,000 years ago, approximately in the 13th century BC. The process of creating the hypogeum was likely not uniform. Based on findings and layer analysis, builders may have returned to the project in different historical periods, adding new elements and chambers, resulting in a multi-layered and complex structure. Over time, they developed a complex system of chambers connected by narrow corridors and staircases. These corridors vary in width from 1 meter to over 3 meters and in height, reaching up to 4 meters in some places. Notably, some chambers, such as the central chamber with exceptional acoustics, were used for rituals or ceremonies, as evidenced by finds like fragments of ritual vessels and animal remains. Research indicates that the complex likely served not only as a burial site, but also as a cultic structure where rituals related to the afterlife were performed. For instance, in 1993, a group of archaeologists led by Professor Mario Liberati discovered traces of burning in one of the chambers, which may indicate ritual sacrifices. Additionally, in some parts of the hypogeum, traces of wall painting were found, suggesting the use of natural pigments, which underscores the skill of the ancient builders. This also suggests that the hypogeum held significant importance not only in terms of architecture, but also as a cultural and religious center of its time. Complex architectural solutions, such as arched structures and the use of natural light for illumination, point to a high level of engineering thought achieved by the ancient Maltese. It is worth noting that despite these achievements, no ancient society left such detailed records of the construction process as the hypogeum of Hal-Saflieni. Research continues, and each new layer uncovered by archaeologists reveals new insights into the lives and culture of the ancient inhabitants of Malta. Rock-cut temples of India, also known as cave temples, are unique architectural structures that were created between the 3rd century BCE and the 8th century CE. These temples, such as the famous Ajanta and Ellora caves located in the state of Maharashtra, are striking examples of ancient Indian art and architecture. The Ajanta complex includes 30 different caves carved into tough rock, renowned for their magnificent frescoes and sculptures depicting scenes from the life of Buddha and Buddhist mythology. These images, dating back to approximately the 1st century CE, demonstrate the high level of skill and technical prowess of the artisans of that time. Meanwhile, the Ellora Caves, consisting of more than 30 caves, showcase a remarkable blend of Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain temples carved into granite cliffs. The most famous of these, the Kailasanatha Temple, was created in the 8th century under the direction of a ruler of the Rashtrakuta dynasty, who ordered it to be carved from a single piece of rock. Its dimensions are impressive. The temple's height exceeds 30 meters, and its intricate carvings include complex images of deities and mythical creatures. Additionally, the temple features beautiful columns adorned with elegant patterns and symbolism characteristic of Indian art of the time. Rock-cut temples served not only as religious centers, but also as pilgrimage sites for the faithful, underscoring their cultural and spiritual significance in ancient India. It is noteworthy that many of these temples were forgotten for centuries and were rediscovered only in the 19th century thanks to expeditions by European researchers such as Sir John Campbell, who described the Ajanta caves in his writings in the 1840s. These discoveries brought attention to India's cultural heritage and laid the foundation for further research and conservation of these unique monuments. Rock-cut temples in India reflect not only the religious beliefs of their creators, but also the level of social and economic development of society, as their construction required significant resources and labor. It is important to note that this architectural form has allowed the preservation of numerous works of art and architectural styles that might otherwise have been lost. For instance, petroglyphs found in the Bhimbetaka caves in the state of Madhya Pradesh, dating back more than 30,000 years, are among the oldest known examples of human activity in the region. These archaeological research continues, and each new discovery opens new horizons in understanding ancient Indian civilization, its culture, and religion. The construction of rock-cut temples in India is a unique phenomenon spanning several millennia and numerous dynasties. The first rock-cut temples date back to the 3rd century BCE, when the Mauryan dynasty began creating such structures. During this time, many monasteries and temples were carved into the rock, such as the famous temples in Ujjain and those in Bhadravata. The most renowned temples were created during the reign of the Pal dynasty, starting from the 8th century CE, including the temples at Ajanta and Ellora. The Ajanta temples, known for their frescoes and sculptures, are a remarkable example of Buddhist art and architecture, while the Ellora temples, built in the 6th century, demonstrate a synthesis of Buddhist, Hindu, and Jain styles. For instance, the Kailasa temple in Ellora, unique in its scale, was carved from a single block of rock and is considered one of the largest monolithic temples in the world. This temple, approximately 42 meters long, is adorned with numerous sculptures depicting various deities and scenes from Indian mythology. The Chalukya dynasty, which ruled from the 6th to the 11th century, played a significant role in the construction of rock-cut temples. They built temples such as the Pattakal Temple, which became a model of architecture of the time. This temple, built in 1141 CE, is adorned with reliefs depicting episodes from the Mahabharata and Ramayana. It is also important to mention the Rashtrakuta dynasty, which in the 8th century built magnificent temples in Ajanta and Ellora, as well as rock-cut temples in Khajuraho, which later became symbols of Indian architecture and art. Rock-cut temples also served as places of pilgrimage and spiritual retreat for monks and the faithful, highlighting their significance not only from an architectural, but also from a religious perspective. With each new discovery, archaeologists continue to study these monuments, deepening our understanding not only of the architectural techniques and traditions, but also of the cultural and religious aspects of the lives of ancient Indians. For example, when the topic of India's rock-cut temples arises, questions about their construction methods naturally emerge. How did ancient masters manage to create such monumental structures by carving them directly out of rock? The use of chisels and hammers, as well as other hand tools like pickaxes and chisels, formed the basis of this process. For instance, in the 8th century AD in Ajanta, where the famous Buddhist temples are located, craftsmen employed simple yet effective tools to create intricate reliefs and statues. They worked in teams, applying a technique known as stone sculpture, which required high precision and meticulous attention to detail. Initially, stonemasons chose suitable rock types, such as basalt or granite, which were soft enough to be worked but strong enough to withstand the test of time. Using simple wooden or metal chisels, they carved out the contours of the future temples, gradually deepening the cavities. Archaeologists like Dr. Ravi Shankar, who studied the temples in Ellora in the 2000s, noted that many of these temples were built using methods that had not changed over centuries, highlighting the skill and traditions passed down through generations. For example, in the Ellora Temple of Kailasa, dating back to the 9th century, craftsmen carved a massive complex from a single rock, requiring not only skill but also precise planning. This masters used methods like chipping and breaking to gradually dismantle large volumes of rock, creating cavities and details. It is important to note that this process was not quick. Some temples took decades and sometimes even centuries to build. As a result of this diligence, we can now admire the complex reliefs and architectural forms that astonish with their beauty and craftsmanship. It is, for example, in Khajuraho, where temples built in the 10th century are located, craftsmen used an irrigation system to control the temperature of the rock, allowing them to work more accurately on the surfaces. Discussing these methods, it is essential to mention the importance of considering natural conditions. Many temples were built in locations where the necessary stone could be conveniently extracted, and with consideration for the landscape to ensure the temples harmoniously integrated with the surrounding nature. These nuances highlight the ancient Indians' skill not only as craftsmen, but also as architects who created an extraordinary heritage that has endured to this day. Indian rock-cut temples, such as those in Ellora and Ajanta, are often perceived as mere architectural marvels, but their purpose is far deeper and more multifaceted. Originally, these temples served as religious centers, where rituals and ceremonies were performed in honor of various deities, reflecting the diversity of Indian spirituality. For instance, the Kailasa Temple in Ellora, carved out of a single rock in the 8th century AD, was dedicated to the god Shiva and stands at an impressive height of over 30 meters. Architectural features such as intricate carvings and columns also indicate that these temples were gathering places and sites for festivals, attracting pilgrims from all corners of India. Research shows that these centers could have served as cultural exchange hubs, where people not only worshipped but also shared knowledge, art, and craftsmanship. For example, in Ajanta, where temples were carved in the 1st century BC, frescoes depicting scenes from the life of Buddha can be found, indicating that these temples became centers for the spread of Buddhist teachings and culture. It is no surprise, therefore, that the region also preserves other examples of Buddhist architecture, such as stupas and monasteries, underscoring the importance of these places as cultural centers. A second theory posits that rock-cut temples served not only religious, but also educational purposes. For instance, in ancient times, monks used these temples to educate followers, imparting knowledge about philosophy, meditation, and art. Temple complexes like those in Karla and Bhadrachalam had not only prayer halls but also classrooms, as evidenced by archaeological findings, including ancient texts and manuscripts discovered in these locations. There are also suggestions that these temples played a role in social interaction, providing spaces for meetings of various castes and communities, which was particularly important in the stratified society of ancient India. Furthermore, research shows that rock-cut temples were often located in strategically important places, such as mountain passes or near rivers, adding to their significance as trade and exchange centers. For instance, the temple complex in Ellora is situated near an ancient trade route, as evidenced by the discovery of coins and other artifacts indicating active trade in the area. In this context, it becomes clear that rock-cut temples not only reflect the architectural achievements of their time, but also serve as important witnesses to the social and cultural realities of ancient India. Recent discoveries suggest that some of these temples may have been connected to ancient pilgrimage routes, further underscoring their significance as cultural and religious centers where the paths of thousands of people crossed. Ancient monuments, such as Stonehenge in England, continue to spark numerous debates and theories regarding their purpose and significance. Some scientists, like archaeologist David Perry, suggest that these structures served as astronomical observatories, allowing ancient people to track solar and lunar cycles. In Stonehenge, built around 3,000 years ago, the arrangement of the stones precisely points to the sunrise on the summer solstice, confirming this astronomical aspect. On the other hand, some researchers, such as Professor Richard O'Bus, claim that these monuments could have served as sanctuaries where religious rituals or festivals were held, uniting people from different tribes. Another intriguing theory posits that these monuments served as waypoints on ancient trade routes, supported by the discovery of tools and everyday items brought from distant lands. These artifacts, like flintstone tools, were found in areas that lay at the intersection of several trade routes. Some researchers also note that many monuments, such as the tombs in the Valley of the Kings in Egypt, had dual functions as burial sites and centers of worship, highlighting the complexity of ancient societies. Additionally, there is a hypothesis that these monuments were connected to the concept of the afterlife, as seen in the pyramids of Giza, built around 2,500 years ago, which served not only as tombs for pharaohs, but also as symbols of their divine status. These multifunctional aspects of monuments raise important questions about how ancient civilizations perceived the world around them and how they interacted with other cultures. While some researchers emphasize the geographical and astronomical significance of these monuments, others highlight their cultural and religious functions, making the study of ancient monuments multifaceted and complex. It is worth noting that many of these monuments, such as the megaliths in Karnak, built around 4,000 years ago, are also objects of cultural heritage, underscoring their significance not only for historians, but also for contemporary society. It is not surprising that research continues, and new technologies, such as laser scanning and ground-penetrating radar, help reveal additional secrets of these ancient structures. Archaeological finds, such as anthropomorphic statues and ritual objects discovered during excavations in Mesopotamia, provide insight into how ancient people used architecture to express their beliefs and values. Taking all these facts into account, we can infer that ancient monuments were not just stone structures, but complex cultural symbols reflecting the diversity and complexity of human experience. For instance, in the 19th century, archaeologist Henry Layard discovered numerous reliefs in Nineveh, modern-day Iraq, that traced the religious practices of the Assyrians, showing how monuments served to preserve the collective memory of the people. These discoveries further emphasize the multitude of theories and interpretations associated with these monuments and how each new finding adds a new detail to the vast tapestry of human history. Preserving and studying ancient monuments is of paramount importance for understanding the history and culture of civilizations that existed thousands of years ago. For instance, in the year 2015 in Turkey, archaeologists discovered the remnants of the ancient city of Çatalhöyük, which existed around the 7th millennium BCE. This site allowed scholars to study how people lived during the Neolithic period, when the agricultural revolution began. Unique frescoes depicting rituals and daily life were found here, providing deeper insights into the spiritual and social life of those times. Additionally, discoveries in the tombs of pharaohs like Tutankhamun in Egypt opened doors to understanding not only their beliefs, but also the technologies used in constructing pyramids, which can reach heights of up to 146 meters. Archaeologists like Zahi Hawass continue to uncover new details that confirm the complexity and high level of organization of ancient Egyptian society. For example, the system of aqueducts and canals discovered in Pompeii, contrary to popular belief, shows that Romans in the 1st century CE already used advanced technologies for supplying cities with water. These examples demonstrate that the study of monuments not only enriches our knowledge of past civilizations, but also helps us understand their influence on the modern world. It is important to note that each discovery is not just an artifact, but a fragment of a larger mosaic that allows us to reconstruct the picture of people's lives, their customs, and technologies. For example, in the 18th century, archaeologists found tablets with cuneiform writing in Mesopotamia containing records of trade and taxes, which allowed us to understand the economic structure of the Sumerian civilization. These tablets, dating back to the 3rd millennium BCE, represent one of the earliest examples of bookkeeping, highlighting the significance of writing for the development of society. Without studying such monuments, we would not be able to assess how ancient people solved their problems, interacted with each other, and created their cultures. It is also crucial to consider that many monuments are under threat of destruction due to natural disasters, wars, and human activity. For example, organizations like UNESCO work on the preservation and restoration of monuments, but this is not enough. Active participation of local communities is also necessary, as they can help in the protection and popularization of historical heritage. Preserving monuments is not just the task of archaeologists, but the responsibility of each of us, so that future generations can learn about their roots and cultural identity. Studying and preserving monuments is a necessity that allows us not only to look into the past, but also to better understand the present. In the year 2000 in China, tombs with terracotta warriors were found, dating back to the 3rd century BCE. These discoveries expanded our understanding of the military culture of the Qin dynasty and its influence on China and world history.